where famine survivors eventually settled, including here in St. Catharines. The museum was chosen as a host for the Niagara monuments since these stories are central to the story of our community and the Welland Canals, stories we share every day. I want to give a big thank you to the Niagara Irish Festival, Irish Music Niagara, and Patrick Tracy for championing and fundraising for the monument's installation. Thank you to Trinity Construction Management for the donation of the stone and installation, and the St. Catharines Heritage Advisory Committee for the concrete pad. Also the St. Catharines Arts and Culture Advisory Committee for their support of the monument. And I want to say thank you to Councillor McPherson for joining me at that event. Last week, I was pleased to be joined by Fire Chief Dave Upper, along with MPP Sylvia Galtieri, the Parliamentary Assistant to the Ontario Solicitor General Michael Kersner, St. Catharines MP Chris Biddle, St. Catharines MPP Jenny Stevens, members of Council and Fire Services, firefighters and staff to celebrate the official opening of the new state-of-the-art Net Zero Fire Station 2. The modern green fire station on Linwell Road is the city's first building designed to meet the Canada Green Building Council Zero Carbon Building Standard, highlighting the city's commitment to reducing local greenhouse gases. And the completion of Fire Station 2 is more than just an investment in public safety. It is a step forward in our commitment to environmental responsibility. The fire station stands as a symbol of our leadership in climate action, our belief in building a healthier future, and our dedication to doing right by both our residents and the planet with these goals. Last week, I was pleased to accept an award in my capacity as the co-chair of the Great Lakes and St. Lawrence Cities Initiative, of which the city has been a long-standing and originating partner, for the prestigious U.S. Water Prize in the nonprofit category for its groundbreaking leadership to expand equitable access to clean, safe, and affordable water for all residents of the Great Lakes and the St. Lawrence River region. Awarded by the U.S. Water Alliance, the U.S. Water Prize celebrates outstanding achievement in the advancement of sustainable, integrated, and inclusive solutions to water challenges in the United States. On Saturday, I had the opportunity to drop into the O'Hara's farm for their annual classic car show. In addition to the great cars, music, and food, the best part is that all the proceeds for the event were supporting Momentum Choir. So I want to say a big thank you to Dan and Sharon O'Hara for always finding ways to give back to the community. Also on Saturday, I was pleased to stop by the 3rd annual Sunset Latin Fest held at Club La Salle in St. Catharines. This free, family-friendly event celebrates Hispanic culture and supported the growing Hispanic community in Niagara. I want to say a big thank you to Marvin Molino and the Latinos in Niagara for organizing a great event. The Consul General from El Salvador was down to visit as well. It was a really fantastic group. I look forward to being there again next summer. The city's free Concerts in the Park series continues this Thursday, July 17th, with Beetlejuice British Invasion with Feverish Lemons. I don't know what that sentence means. Then on Thursday, July 24th, we will be joined by Sarah Jerem with Nick Braun Music. The fun begins at 6 p.m. at Montebello Park and will run until 9 p.m. In addition to the great tunes, there will also be food trucks, craft beverages, and family games. Don't forget to bring your lawn chairs and your picnic baskets. On Saturday, July 26th, the Downtown Association will be hosting their annual Downtown Block Party. This free event features fun for the whole family with live music all day, Latin dancing, inflatables and games, kids, crafts and activities, a vendor's market, and much more. The event runs from 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. and will take place along St. Paul and James Street. I'm sure the weather this year will be better than in previous years, and I see Kat Dodge, the executive director of the Downtown Association, in the audience. She brought almost the entire Downtown Association to celebrate this announcement. That's why we're all here tonight, right, folks? Not many smiles coming back to me. All right, then. Emancipation Day. Emancipation Day, STC 2025 is around the corner, and Matter of Black, Black-owned 905, and the Salem Chapel have plenty of activities planned. On July 20th, there will be the Walk to Freedom in partnership with Downtown St. Catharines and Tubman Tours. On July 25th, Soul Film Screening in partnership with the First Ontario Performing Arts Centre. And on July 26th, the Salem Chapel Tours and Talks presented by Tubman Tours Canada and my friend Rochelle Bush. This will all culminate on July 27th with the Emancipation Day STC at Lakeside Park, which runs from 12 p.m. to dusk and features a full day of music, games, dancing, food trucks, and a vendor market. The day will feature the headliners LMT, a powerhouse Canadian trio, LMT Connection, a powerhouse Canadian trio celebrated for the infectious grooves and masterful musicianship. Can't wait to see you there, and looking forward to continuing a tradition that has been in Lakeside Park for generations and is truly something to celebrate. If you ever get a chance, at the carousel, there is a wonderful pictorial board along the back wall explaining the history of Emancipation Day weekend in the city of St. Catharines. Something we should be very proud of. And August 1st to 4th in Montebello Park, we have Rotary Rib Fest. And I'd just like to remind everybody of that, as it is one of the most delicious times of year. Now, before I move on from here, I do want to look to our Director of Community Recreation and Culture Services, and I'm hoping perhaps he can provide us with an update on the Neil Peart Task Force.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, everyone. The task force for the Neil Peart memorial that was supposed to be at Lakeside Park has hit a bit of a standstill, unfortunately. We've raised about just over $120,000 towards the $1 million project budget, but unfortunately, we've not been able to secure any more funds after that, and it's proved to be quite difficult to get meetings arranged. We've secured an artist to create the monument, but per council's direction, as part of the procurement for that project, the artist has not yet been paid, because the artist is, as part of the agreement, is not to be paid until the full budget has been raised. So I wish I had a better update, Mr. Mayor. The last time that the fundraising subcommittee met was in November of last year. We've tried to arrange meetings and unfortunately have been unable to get quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Christie. So I'm going to suggest under reports this evening, if we can ask staff to convene the task force, and then depending on the results of that staff come back with a report on next steps as soon as possible. So I'll look to have that added to the report list later on this evening. All right, are there any members of council that wish to add to the mayor's report this evening? Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to mention that very recently, a former chair of the Downtown Association, Scott Work, he was the chair of the Downtown Association for a very long time, I can't remember how many years, passed away, and he was an incredible advocate for the downtown. He lived downtown, he worked downtown, and he loved the downtown, and I just wanted to extend my condolences to his family and his friends.
And 4 other dog groomers were offering free services for their pets, anybody who wanted to drop by. Lexi was the first one for her spa day. It was a great day because they had so many donations from so many community members: free food, free pet toys, free pet beds, and of course the dog grooming itself. So they're hoping to do it every 4 months, and the next one they're also hoping to do a rabies clinic. So if you see it, come on out. It was great.
Thank you, Councillor Lindell. Councillor Harris.
I just wanted to give a shout out to Kim Mumby and her West St. Catharines group. They had a great barbecue on Saturday, and there was about 200 people that attended. And I wanted to thank city staff for helping facilitate the micro grant. So there you go. I don't usually thank staff, so there you go.
They've noticed, Councillor. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just want to bring people's attention to an event that's taking place next Saturday in what most people call the First Lock Commons, the first lock of the second canal in the theater. And that is Internationalite, which was one of Carlos Garcia's favorite events. And to segue to that, I just want to also thank the Grantham Optimist Club for recognizing Carlos with a tree planting that Councillor Mako and I attended on, I think it was the 5th of January, but could have my date wrong. Also, we have the 100th anniversary of the Port Dalhousie Lawn Bowling Club coming up, which is an auspicious that they've been around for 100 years and running and doing it on a shoestring budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Williamson. And Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Unfortunately, one of the first hot summer nights last Wednesday at Village Gate Park was canceled due to weather. The weather forecasted was rolling thunderstorms, so to be safe instead of sorry, they canceled it, and ended up it didn't happen. It would have been a great day. So everyone check out your social media in the city and the fire department and get out to those parks, because it is a blast to go underneath that water from the fire truck.
Just for the record, Wednesday night is Walkinshaw Park.
There you go.
Walkinshaw Park. Walkinshaw Park in the Ridley neighborhood.
Yeah. And last Thursday I got invited to Anchor Point and talked to some of the residents there, and I was a judge for their lemon bar. They had the the chef had a recipe, and then they had a contest among the residents, and they picked a resident one. The chef cooked both of them, and it was a great day, and, well, the chef was better. Unfortunately, I had to apologize to the resident, but the chef had a better one. But it was a lot of fun, and I suggested they do it with all the fruits in season now, when we start doing peaches and apples and everything else, so we might be going there more often.
Should probably stop trying to angle for free meals that way, Counselor, but appreciate it. All right, seeing no other hands, I will at this time look to the clerk to adopt the agenda.
The following amendments have been made to the agenda. Due to the delegation requests, item 6.5, Planning and Building Services, response to Upper Canada Consultants correspondence for 527 Glendale Avenue regarding the CIP program requirements, has been moved from consent to discussion. This item will be discussed after item 9.2. The following items of additional correspondence have been placed in Council Sugar Sync folder. The non-confidential materials will be part of the council correspondence listing for July 16th, 2025, which is found on the city's website. Report CRCS 102-2025, confidential appendix 1. Number 2, confidential memorandum from Director of Legal and Clerk Services regarding Ontario Land Tribunal appeal for 51A and 51B Haynes Avenue, along with 4 College Street. Correspondence from residents in Downtown Heritage Conservation District study. Correspondence from Karen Brodeur, Director of Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada, letter of support for 159 Ontario Street. And correspondence from Linda Shapley regarding concerns regarding item 7.1, 159 Ontario Street. And I also want to please note that we do have Councillor Ratzlaff participating virtually this evening.
All right, can I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Councillor Kushner, seconded by Councillor Stevens. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. We have the adoption of the minutes. The council adopt the minutes of the regular council meeting held on June 23rd, 2025. Mover and seconder, Councillor Harris, and a seconder, Councillor Mako. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest this evening? Councillor Williamson.
A conflict in regard to consent item 6.1 in regard to portable at Harriet Tubman School. I have sent in my form on that, as DSBN is my part-time employer.
Thank you very much, Councillor, and thank you for the reminder all that if you do have a declaration of pecuniary interest, you do have to submit the written statement of declaration via the online form as well. All right, moving on to the consent reports. We have a motion that council approve the consent agenda, save and accept those items brought forward for discussion as has been mentioned. Councillor Harris will be moving that, and I will now look to the clerk to read the list of consent reports and call the roll.
Today's consent agenda consists of item 6.1, Economic Development and Tourism Services, License and Operating Agreement Amendment, addition of a portable at Harriet Tubman School. Item 6.2, Financial Management Services Budget Standing Committee Report, meeting of June 16th, 2025. And item 6.4, Legal and Clerk Service, Office of the City Clerk, Amendment to the Tourism St. Catharines Operating Agreement. Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, a declaration to all of our presenters. Council chambers in all municipalities in our country represents the seed of local democracy. The many acts that govern us understand the necessity of the collective voice when decisions are being made to grow our spaces, pass our bylaws, and to seek opinions into very complex issues, ensuring safe spaces for all in our public discourse. We recognize the right of the majority to decide, the minority to be heard, the public to have an opportunity to participate, and all participants to be treated with courtesy and respect. It is imperative that elected officials, citizens, and staff have input, and it is paramount that we listen to one another and question one another, but that we understand we do this in a way that never undermines any person's ability or their dignity in our chambers. We respect the right for everyone to have an opinion and remind the audience views of the public do not always reflect those of the Corporation of the City of St. Catharines. With that, we will move in first to our public meeting, 7.1, Planning and Building Services, Planning Act Public Meeting, Recommendation Report, Applications to amend zoning bylaw 2013-283, and the City of St. Catharines official plan, subject lands 159 Ontario Street. The purpose of this public meeting is to ensure that sufficient information is available for the public and council to understand the proposed application to amend zoning bylaw 2013-283 and the City of St. Catharines official plan, subject lands 159 Ontario Street, and to provide the public with an opportunity for input before council's decision. If a specified person or public body as defined in the Planning Act or the registered owner of the land does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission to council prior to council making its decision, they are not entitled to appeal the decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal. If a person does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission prior to the council decision, that person may not be added as a party to the hearing of any appeals by others without the permission of the tribunal. The public meeting will proceed as follows. Staff will explain the application to amend zoning bylaw 2013-283 and the City of St. Catharines official plan, subject lands 159 Ontario Street. After that, the agent and the developer will speak and council will have an opportunity to ask questions. Members of the public wishing to delegate were advised to register by 9 a.m. today. No one requested to speak. The deadline to submit additional written comments not previously published on the council correspondence listing was 12 p.m. today, and 2 written comments were received. At that time, I will ask if anybody here wishes to speak. Then the public meeting will be closed. Council will be able to ask staff questions at that time and will consider the motion to amend zoning bylaw 2013-283 and the St. Catharines official plan, subject lands 159 Ontario Street. The public meeting is now open. And I will now call upon Charlotte McEwen, a senior planner, to present. Ms. McEwen, have at it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and good evening, everyone. This public meeting is regarding applications for official plan and zoning amendments for 159 Ontario Street. The official plan amendment requests an increase in density and to permit additional non-residential uses on the site, and the zoning amendment is requested to enact those amendments and to establish site-specific provisions for building, parking, and site standards, which will be outlined in more detail shortly. The property is located on the west side of Ontario Street, south of the intersection with 4th Avenue and Welland Avenue. The site is part of the former Hotel Dieu Hospital lands and is currently vacant. Surrounding uses include this 8-story apartment building to the north, townhouses to the east, Seasons Retirement Home to the south, and the Merritt Trail and 12 Mile Creek to the west. This is a conceptual site plan, and in this orientation, Ontario Street is across the top of the plan. The proposal is a 492-unit apartment building, which ranges from 7 stories along the street in the lighter gray up to 18 stories along the right side, shown in darker gray. The building is roughly L-shaped with a parking structure in behind in the interior with 369 parking spaces. The plans also show a potential park and trail connection from the Merritt Trail to Ontario Street. Their boundaries are preliminary and may change through the future site plan process. This rendering shows the proposal from the east as if you're standing across the street on Ontario. The site is located within a settlement area per the provincial planning statement and a built-up area in the Niagara official plan. These policies encourage the efficient use of land, intensification, and a range of land uses. The property is designated downtown in the Garden City Plan, which is the designation intended to provide the highest residential density and mix of uses in the municipality. It's also in an intensification area, which is intended to support higher housing densities, along with a broad range of uses to support the neighborhood. The property is more specifically designated medium-high density residential, allowing apartment buildings to a maximum density of 198 units per hectare, with a special policy to allow some non-residential uses on the ground floor of the building. The proposed amendment requests an increased density and an expanded list of non-residential uses. As presented, the proposal best fits within a different downtown designation, being the mixed high-density residential commercial designation. The density range is 85 units per hectare and up, rather than having a capped density range, and a broader range of non-residential uses are included. All official plan amendments are evaluated against a list of criteria outlined in the plan. These include conformity with the vision of the plan, infrastructure capacity, compatibility. And the conclusion of our analysis is that this property is well situated and equipped to accommodate the proposed growth and mix of uses. The property is zoned high-density residential, which permits apartment buildings, and Special Provision 58 allows some non-residential uses and caps the density again at 198 units per hectare. The applicant has requested that the property be rezoned to replace Special Provision 58 with new Special Provision 185 that addresses various site-specific permissions. Staff have reviewed the requested provisions and completed a zoning review and analysis based on the submitted plans. The overall concept is supported, and the following special provisions are recommended to facilitate the proposal with appropriate parameters to ensure compatibility and function of the site. The applicants have requested 4 uses be added to those already permitted on the site. The new recommended official plan designation correlates most closely with the city's high-density mixed use, or M3 zone, and all the uses in the M3 zone are considered appropriate to be permitted on this site, which is the R4 zone, to maximize the viability of the non-residential units on site. The applicants have requested a maximum permission for 500 units, slightly rounded up from the 492 on the plan. Functional servicing report submitted with the application has concluded there is sufficient infrastructure to accommodate the proposed number of units. The potential land conveyances, shown here in yellow, are likely to change through the site plan process, which could alter the density calculation, which is based on the exact lot area. So it is recommended that the cap be set based on the exact 500 units rather than as density. Setback reductions are requested on both sides of the building and in the location indicated by the black arrow at the rear of the building. The current setback requirements are variable and increase relative to the building height. In this side profile, looking at the building from the south, the darker triangle shown in the upper left is the portion of the building that would be out of compliance with the rear yard setback based on its height. The rear of the site abuts the natural areas around 12 Mile Creek, and there are no concerns with the reduction in rear yard for this portion of the building. For the side yard setbacks, this profile of the front shows the portions of the building that would not meet current requirements. This design is supported by a shadow study and reduces shadow impacts of the height by shifting it towards the south, which is the left of the image. The adjacent retirement home to the south has its parking area located between itself and this site, and there are no concerns with this reduction having negative impacts on those adjacent lands. The portion of the building to the north is directly adjacent to a much closer residential apartment building, and while this part of the building is shorter, the interface is more sensitive on that side. In order to remain sensitive to the existing building, which is shown as the larger gray shape to the left, staff recommend the new required setback follow the red line. This way, the narrowest point remains just a pinch point, and the new building is increasingly set back away from the existing one. A reduced parking ratio has been proposed at is being recommended at 0.7 spaces per residential unit, where a proportion of those spaces are specifically dedicated for visitor and short-term parking needs. The official plan outlines cases where parking reductions can be considered, and in this case, several of those criteria are met. Shared parking between visitor and non-residential uses has been proposed, which will help ensure there will always be dedicated portion of parking on site for short-term parking needs. There are bus stops directly in front of the site, and bicycle parking facilities have been provided to meet both short and long-term needs. A trail connection through the site will be dedicated to the city for active transportation, and the developer has also submitted a parking study to support the requested reduction, which concludes the proposed ratio will be sufficient to support the proposal. This map shows the site in black, and the colored areas represent the portion of downtown which are entirely exempt from providing residential parking. The site is within approximately 400 meters of this parking exemption area and benefits from a similar proximity to many amenities and services and transit. So the parking reduction is considered appropriate in this context. The applicant has requested permission for parking spaces that are obstructed on one side to be allowed at a reduced width. Their plans have repeated instances of sets of 4 parking spaces like those shown here, where the 2 outer spaces with obstructions, walls on the sides, are shown at 2.9 meters where 3 meters is required. The applicants have submitted an auto turn analysis of these spaces demonstrating they do function without conflict with other spaces or obstacles. A minimum of 40% of the site is required to be landscaped open space. With the removal of the potential land conveyances, again outlined in yellow here, the site will be closer to a 30% coverage, which is considered acceptable by staff. And the southerly portion of the building is a parking area, and if it is not fully enclosed, would require a 3-meter landscape buffer, and in the location shown in orange. This is proposed to be a 2-meter buffer, and staff are supportive in this location. Short-term bicycle parking is typically required to be within 10 meters of a building entrance, but is recommended to be permitted up to 60 meters in this case to allow some of the spaces to be tucked into the ground floor of the parking garage, which is more secure and weather protected. And lastly, long-term bike parking is typically required to be on a level of the building equal to street level. The applicants have requested it be allowed in a basement level, as the grade of the site allows the possibility of providing an at-grade access from the basement, providing a path to bring the cyclist to street level without requiring the use of stairs or elevators. This application was circulated to all appropriate departments and agencies, and no objections have been received. 5 people attended our open house in May, and a 6th sent in written comments. The main comments received were regarding these items. There were comments that parking is insufficient for the number of units proposed. For the reasons outlined already, the parking ratio that is proposed is considered supportable by staff. A resident of the retirement home has commented that there should be landscaping along the south of the building to soften the interface with the retirement home. This landscaping will be required and secured through the site plan approval process. There were comments that left turns out of the development will be difficult. City traffic staff have noted that any delays caused by vehicles trying to turn left will be delays that are borne on site, and that on-site delays on private property are always preferable to delays created in the street. Ontario Street is a regional road, and both the city and regional staff have reviewed a traffic impact study submitted with the application and have no objections to this proposal. And finally, there were comments about construction impacts, and the applicant will be required to submit a construction management plan and mitigate any impacts on surrounding lands through the construction. In conclusion, staff recommend that council approve the applications as outlined in the staff recommendation, as the proposal is consistent with all applicable policies. It is aligned with the vision for the downtown core and for the intensification area in which it is located. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Ms. McEwen. At this time, I'll call upon Stephen Fraser, the agent from AJ Clark and Associates Limited, and Drew Toth, developer from Elevate Living, to present. Welcome. The lectern is yours. Sounds good. We'll let Drew go first.
Here. All right, rocking. Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff, and the general public. My name is Drew Toth of Elevate Living, and I'm also here with Stephen Fraser from AJ Clark, the head planner on the file. We're excited to present our proposal for 159 Ontario Street to you tonight, and we will make it as brief as possible because I believe it'll be a longer session tonight, and we'll reserve enough time for questioning as well. So quickly about our company, Elevate Living. We are focused on meeting the needs of the community through housing. And so one of, yes. Can I ask you to just make sure you stay in the mic? Yeah. I like to walk around a lot, if you haven't noticed, and wave my hands a bit, but sorry, Caleb. So we are committed to delivering the needs of the community through housing. And so in every community that we work in, we always investigate and look at what the true needs are. And so with the city of St. Catharines, what we did is we did an analysis of the strategic plan. And the leadership, staff, and council have done a great job of identifying key elements to help realize these goals for the city. And so I'm going to briefly run through how our project helps deliver those goals. First is economic prosperity, okay? So the before property tax value of this property produces $66,000 per year, and after it'll be $787,000. The estimated jobs created from this project will be 1,030. I have references for all this material tagged at the bottom if you want to check out any of my sources from the presentation this evening. Next is social well-being. So this will be a Rick Hansen certified plan of accessibility for the building. Newly constructed accessible housing units, newly built quality and affordable housing, and there will be long-term committed affordable housing units as well. At this point, we are committed to 10% for the project, which translates to 49 units, and with the CMHC funding, with the 0.2, we round up, so we'll actually hit 50 units. And you may ask, what does affordable housing mean? We go by the specific federal definition, which is also in line, and it hits the provincial and the municipal definition as well. So it goes by the 2019 Statistics Canada income for St. Catharines, and then it times it by 30%, which equals $1,047.50 per month. Okay, we get very specific with this number. It's important we can hit that goal. Next, we did neighborhood engagement on this project. So before we met with the staff and did the specific open house with staff, we did a 150-person mail out to the neighborhood, and we invited the neighbors to engage with us. We asked them 3 questions. We said, what do you love about your existing neighborhood? 1. 2, what do you think is the greatest need in the community? And 3, we asked, what are your concerns? And this is what we heard. We heard that we love that it's a walkable community, that it's close to downtown, it's close to the park, it's walkable to stores, and there's a large open space right behind it with the Merritt Trail. The other thing is we heard an expressed love for Montebello Park and the close proximity to it. The other thing we heard was a love of the high quality of homes, the mature trees, large sidewalks, and the historic homes and architecture in the area. And lastly, that there was a variety of housing forms. This is a very traditional neighborhood. And so you have small, gentle density of apartment buildings, single-family houses, duplexes, larger apartments, all entwined in one neighborhood. Next, we heard and asked, what is the greatest need? And we heard affordable housing, affordable housing, affordable housing. We heard early years in a daycare center, and we heard a grocery store. And to a lot of the city councilors, I'm sure these things are not surprises, and you're hearing these from people in the public frequently. And then we asked, what are the concerns? Oop, jumping ahead. The number one thing that we heard was traffic, a concern for traffic. So we had to respond and address that, and we brought in our traffic consultants. We worked the region, we worked the municipal staff, and we made sure that adding all this density would not cause a traffic concern on the street. Next slide. Environmental stewardship. Oh, trying to walk away from the mic again. You'll notice this as a signature in our apartment buildings throughout the region. We have electric vehicle car shares. We have electric bike shares, electric scooter share. We are a net zero certified builder. We did build the first net zero ready apartment building in St. Catharines on Oakdale. This project also is on a direct bus route, so very accessible for transit, boasting a walk score of 84%, and you heard that from the neighbors that they love this, and they actually do walk. A 25% reduction at a minimum in energy consumption and GHG emissions. So we rate that above national building code. We've achieved 28%, 27%, and we're aiming to hit a minimum of 25% as we start building and designing our building. We are also in talks for this to be potentially geothermal powered. Okay, so we're in contract negotiations right now with a provider and looking on the feasibility, and we hope that this site will become a geothermal powered apartment building. Next slide, housing target. This will contribute 492 units towards the goal of 11,000 homes to be built by 2031, making a significant contribution to move towards this aggressive goal. And the construction value is estimated at $110 million, which is also something that I know you guys track on your KPI, and it'll help move that number closer to where you're trying to make it be. Next, I have some fast facts for you. This is from CMHC Housing Portal, so that's my source. Based on the core housing need data, right now, not in a few years from now, but right now, it's estimated that there is a shortage of about 20,000 affordable rental units. 20,000. And the staggering part is, despite the new supply that we've started to see come online, not enough clearly, that the total rental universe, meaning all the rental units available, has not changed since 2006 due to the loss of rental housing elsewhere. This one's from Niagara region, that's my source. Barry Lyons right now has been contracted by the region and is pulling tons of very useful data as they look at changing their incentive program. Very little rental housing supply has been built over the past 2 decades, with most occurring over the last 7 years. Here is another one too, probably no surprise. Activity has slowed considerably 2024 and 2025 as we've seen a load of uncertainty in the market, and we don't see any signs of it changing soon, which is why we must press in for more rental stock when we can get it. Here's another number. Since 2018, only 1,200 rental units have begun construction compared to 17,400 ownership units, which shows an imbalance in the market, especially when you look at the income deciles in St. Catharines on who can afford to buy versus who can afford to rent. One of the things I do want to point out as well is if you look at the slide from 2021 to 2024, there's only actually been just north, I can't help it, I'm sorry, of apartment buildings built in Niagara region. That's alarming, okay? And Nick, who's here tonight, is responsible for 200 of them. Angelo Butera is responsible for another bunch of them. And I myself am responsible for nearly half. So we've built 245 in those last 5 years. So it's important that you know I'm not just here standing talking about fiction. I'm talking about something that we're going to get approved, we're going to march down the line, and we're going to build and deliver to the community. And I think that is very important when you're looking at development applications like this. Next slide. So you've got us, proven developer, proven builder, developing and building to meet the needs of the community. This is my end of the presentation. I'm going to invite Stephen up to finish and talk about some of the planning details with you, and I will be available for questions at the end.
Stephen, if you're following Drew, like you understand, you've got to follow that, right? So
That's the tough act to follow, actually.
I wish you good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, members of the public, city staff. My name's Stephen Fraser. I'm a registered professional planner and principal with A.J. Clark & Associates in Hamilton. Here this evening on behalf of Elevate Living in support of the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment applications for 159 Ontario Street. I do want to take this opportunity, if I could, to thank city staff and specifically Charlotte McEwen for their assistance throughout the process, getting to this very important step of the planning process, and looking forward to working with you through the site plan process as well. A lot of what I'm going to present, and I'll try to be as quick as I possibly can, echoes what Charlotte said, so I don't want to be repetitive. But 159 Ontario Street, the subject lands, is a regional arterial road that contains infrastructure readily available to support growth and development. The site is currently vacant and is approximately 1.3 hectares in size. And just recently, the overall site had been reduced as a result of a severance application that the Seasons retirement residents completed and have since constructed adjacent to the property to the south or the east. As been mentioned previously this evening, this is on the periphery of the downtown. So there is vast opportunities for active transportation options, bicycling, location directly out the front door to a bus transit. So there's ample opportunity for those active transportation options. So these are just a few slides and photographs of the subject land. So the image on the top right-hand corner is just a more zoomed in image of the subject lands, and you can see that the Seasons residence is there. In addition to that, we also have very similar built forms surrounding the subject lands. We have mid-rise apartment building directly to the northwest of us, and we have, like I say, the Seasons next door to the south. And then adjacent to, across the street, excuse me, from the Seasons, you have another mid-rise building as well as a mix of townhomes. So there is a vast variety of housing forms within the neighborhood. From a policy perspective, as Charlotte alluded to, the Garden City Plan places the subject lands within an intensification area in Schedule D of the plan, and it designates it as downtown on Schedule D1. And this is important because, has been noted earlier, this is opportunity sites for intensification, efficiently using vacant land to be more compact in its built form and providing a mix of uses within the neighborhood. The proposal also supports the housing policies within the plan, and intensification areas as outlined on the image on the screen, where it illustrates where the site's located relative to the intensification areas. These areas are planned to accommodate 21% of all housing units with a target of 1,500 units within that area. As been mentioned earlier, the proposed development is a maxed 18-story mixed-use development with 492 purpose-built rental units. As Drew alluded to, 10% of those are affordable units. The site has 369 parking spaces provided on-site in a parking structure, 44 of which are combined visitor and commercial parking spaces. There's opportunity for commercial space at grade and also opportunity for commercial space above grade on the second floor. The proposed building provides outdoor rooftop amenity space on the 8th, 13th, and 18th floor respectively. And these spaces will be for the benefit of the residents of the building and will be communal spaces that they can enjoy. And lastly, also has been mentioned earlier today that the Merritt Trail connection and proposed public parkland spaces is also a key component of the project. These are perspective views of the building, showing basically the east, west, and north-south facing portions of the building, prepared by ACK Architects. ACK Architects, Michael Allen from ACK Architects is in the audience this evening. So if there's any specific questions as it relates to the building itself, he's definitely able to answer those for council. So as mentioned, there's two applications before you this evening, an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment. The official plan amendment seeks to redesignate the lands to a mixed high-density residential commercial designation to allow for additional residential density. And the designation also permits currently, as Charlotte noted, several non-residential uses or commercial uses. And those additional uses that are being presented and included in the official plan amendment are the animal care, the daycare, the restaurant, and the cultural facility use. And those are important because they help with potential tenancies of the building, and it expands the ability for tenants to occupy that space, and it helps to serve the local neighborhood as well as the future residents of the site. In addition, we have a zoning bylaw amendment that will maintain the existing high-density residential R4 zone and replace the existing special provision with a new special provision, and I'm sorry, that's a typo, it's not 188, it's 185. And that will establish site specifics on the property as Charlotte went into detail with, and it also expand the non-residential uses as I mentioned before. And the reason why we're asking for that is strictly to make the site more functional, help improve its ability to operate once constructed. Again, 369 residential parking spaces are proposed within the parking structure on site. 0.6 parking spaces are going to be allocated for the residential dwelling units, and 0.1 visitor parking spaces per residential dwelling unit are going to be allocated as well on site. And as I mentioned previously, those 0.1 visitor parking spaces are also going to be used for commercial spaces when the demand is basically offset from when visitors are arriving to when commercial patrons are going to be utilizing the site. Very attractive add-on for this particular application, and that I quite like, is the ability of the bicycle parking to be added in surplus to what's required from a zoning perspective. So we have 36 short-term bicycle parking spaces at grade, and again, as Charlotte alluded to, we have the ability for 136 long-term bicycle parking spaces and a bike storage room within the building that could be accessible from the future trail. And lastly, the parkland piece. There's two components to the parkland piece, and one is the Merritt Trail, as we've heard quite extensively this evening. It'll provide a connection from the south or the southeast limit of the site all the way up to Ontario Street, and proposed park is also intended to be provided on site, both of which will be fine-tuned and dedicated through the site plan control process. So in closing, for the council. This is within a designated intensification area. It's an appropriate location for high-density mixed-use developments such as this. It supports the creation of complete communities and provides a range and mix of residential units that the area needs. It utilizes land within close proximity to the downtown core, and it utilizes existing infrastructure efficiently. It's supportive of alternative modes of transportation, as I mentioned earlier, to reduce auto dependency, including public transit right out the front door of the building, cycling, and pedestrian movement abilities. In closing, we support staff's recommendation for approval, as the applications are consistent with the provincial planning statement. They conform to the Garden City Plan as amended, and they represent good planning. And as Drew said, I'm happy to answer any questions from a planning perspective, if there are any. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for the presentation. Councillors can now press their button to get in the speakers list. I will go first to Councillor Kushner. You're good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You're to be commended for bringing forward a very attractive development in what is very much needed in St. Catharines. The question I have is, why did you not request higher density?
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Great question. When we got a goal of 11,000 units, why aren't we pushing more? It's about being able to build what we propose. And so economic feasibility is so important to every project. So when we go up, we got to go down. And what do I mean by that? Is if we were to go higher for more density, we would have to go down further to do more parking. If you go to a P2 parking space, you literally double the cost of your parking space of P1. So it's a balance of what is economically viable, and it's a balance of, you know, how much do we need to go down to raise our costs where the cost benefit doesn't work. The other thing I'm going to state, and it's a bit more of a private one, is as a developer and I'm signing a big mortgage, I got to know how much I'm comfortable guarantoring, and the space between when we build it and when we fill it for absorption, that also matters as well. So we got to set economic viability of cost benefit and making sure it pencils, and be very careful on that time from constructed to filled, because I got to pay that mortgage every month before those rents come in.
Thank you. Can you help me understand why some developers, notably one down the street, is requesting more than 30 units, 30 stories?
I cannot respond as to why they would be doing that. Perhaps their economic model and what they're trying to achieve pencils.
Okay, thank you. And the last question I have is with respect to the grocery store. We always hear from the residents they need one downtown. Now, is that a high probability?
So we are right now dialoguing with boutique grocers. We'll see. Right. The part that makes it tough is, again, the economic model of what grocery stores want to see. When we're in the midst of moving from a traditional suburban model to more of an urbanization of the city, there's this point where who's going to be the first, you know, to come in and take the risk. So we're hoping that we're going to get a boutique grocery store that's going to come in and take a risk. We may offer them incentives, price per square foot, some finishings, etc. But it's yet to be seen who's going to be first in the move of more of suburban model to more of an urbanization model.
Right. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation tonight. It's much appreciated, and sharing a vision that aligns with our plan for the city. My question to you is, we go through a lot of these public presentations and we approve these projects. You're one of 3 developers that are actually building projects. What are you doing differently that is allowing you to build and the other builders to hold up projects? I know it's a tough question to ask, but we want the answers. What's your secret? What are you doing differently that's getting your projects done?
I don't really think I have a specific secret sauce, and I don't know what other folks are doing, but I can tell you what we're doing. So good question. Thank you, Councillor Townsend. We are combining as many incentives and programs as possible. So what does that mean? So we're looking at buying land in bulk, so our price of the land is cheaper, A. B, we're looking at intensifying our sites, like what we're doing as well, so there's a bulk number. If you're buying in bulk for construction, again, you can do that as well. Designing the building efficiently. I've shared this when I presented, I believe it was October, about where the costs are to build an apartment building. And one of the key things, the only way that it works is through CMHC-backed funding, which gives us a lower loan to value. We're typically achieving somewhere in the 88% range, 50% amortization, and that is what has been moving. And here, it's an interesting point. July 14th, actually today, CMHC has doubled their application fees. And so, you know, we support CMHC's initiative. We're happy with what they're doing, but we're frustrated when we're starting to see moves that move away from affordability. So any advocation that can be done federally to continue the CMHC programs, maybe even improve them, you know, not have fees go up. And I get everybody's got to pay the bills, but that's one thing. Did that answer your question?
Yeah, no, it did, and I appreciate that. And I asked that question because when we attend conferences like the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, AMO, and when we do meet with the Ontario home builders, we do hear that, you know, we can't build right now because of this, and that. But then you come here tonight and you say you're responsible for 50% of actual new units that are going in. So I had to ask that question to you, and I appreciate the answer. My second question to you is, if this is approved tonight, when is the plan to start developing this and getting shovels in the ground? Because as you know, these units are desperately needed right now in the Niagara region in St. Catharines.
Question. So our goal is Q2 2026. If this process, if this development is approved tonight, there's a 21-day appeal period, and then our team will be ready to mobilize with the city staff to move through to get site plan approval. And so once site plan approval is gone through, we'll be moving as well. So we've actually already started on construction plans. So we have Niacon as our GC that we've identified, and we've been engaging them early in this process. We find that it's helpful. So, you know, as fast as possible, I think, is usually the response. And then we are always restricted by getting approvals of CMHC as well. So, but I heard their approval times are faster right now. So we hope that that would apply.
Thank you for that, and thank you for including the affordable housing component in here. It's really important right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you. Before I have a couple of questions, but before we get to the questions, I just wanted to say thank you on behalf of the neighbors surrounding the area. Your outreach prior was incredibly helpful, and it made the neighborhood and all of the neighbors feel really good and comfortable, and they felt like they were heard. And I've heard from many of them who knew this was coming tonight that they really want to thank you for that outreach, and it was, I wish every developer was doing the same thing. The first question, on this site was there what was the zoning prior? Because I think there was a high density approval earlier. Could you just speak to that?
I certainly can. Thank you for your question, through you, Chair. There was a 3-phased approval by Seasons. And so they had an approval for apartment building in phase 1, closest to Adam Street. They had the retirement home, which you now see built. And they had phase 3, which is these exact lands. So there was approval for north of 400 units. And density is measured per hectare. And so what happened when Seasons severed the piece of land, it actually reduced the amount of units that could be built. Because it was now looked at as just this site, because they did lower density, medium, and then high here. They packed the density on this site. So we talked with staff through it. It's a zoning bylaw, so there was nothing that could be done. And so we find ourselves back here in order to ask for these permissions.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And then I just wanted you to kind of touch on, because you mentioned looking at the needs of the city, and I'm just curious, kind of when you're doing that, you do a significant amount of research, because I know there's always some questions about, well, rentals, are they going to get filled? Are are you confident that they will get filled, is really the question.
Yeah, great question. Yes, I'm confident that they will get filled. And I think the most important thing for us, even in knowing they get filled, is driving affordability as much as possible. So we're looking at actually alternative CMHC solutions outside of MLI Select. There's an ACLP program that's 30%, and we're also engaging with nonprofits, talking about different options as well. We've been researching the co-op housing model. I should give a shout out. The Golden Horseshoe Co-op board is here tonight. I want to thank them for all the good work they do to deliver affordable housing in our community, managing over 3,000 units of affordable housing. Anyways, to come back and answer your question, I'm confident they'll be filled. And then it's a matter of affordability is king right now, and they'll be filled faster the more that we can do. So it's a matter of advocating to driving costs down and affordability as much as possible.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Toth. I guess the presumption is about half of the residents here will not be operating motor vehicles, and you're talking about a boutique grocery store. I mean, the alternative is that there's chain grocery stores on 4th Avenue and not too far away on Ontario Street. Is it possible that you could offer shuttles or some kind of service to those stores for the residents that don't operate vehicles?
Great question, Councillor Williamson. So what we've done is we've implemented electric bike share, electric scooter share, and electric car share. So if residents need to go to get groceries, they book that car, that bike, or that scooter, or they hop on the bus station right out the front, and they can go and get it. Could we offer shuttles? People have asked this before. My concern is that if we offer that, then our rents go up. And so we're always balancing quality and affordability. It's a great suggestion. I just feel like the ones that we've done seem to be more viable.
Okay, thanks. And in that same vein, is there flexibility in terms of the retail commercial space in there? I mean, one of the things we like about infill development is just providing customers for the businesses downtown. So if you have commercial that's leased out, it could tend to compete against them. So I just wonder what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, great question. So we're looking at daycare, grocery store, and coffee shop. Those are the things that we're looking at right now. So we've identified that it's actually in a daycare desert zone, which is a new term that I've learned in this process, which means that it's in high need and demand, and it won't be competing with any other business. The coffee shop is more directed to our residents as opposed to generating traffic from the outside. And the grocery store has been an identified gap in the downtown for quite some time with no competition.
Thank you. And then you addressed the environmental sustainability, and we know that sort of the maximum threshold for apartments is about 10 to 12 stories when you take into consideration energy use and number of elevators and HVAC systems, that kind of stuff. Why did you end up going to, I know only a smaller section was going to 18 and the rest is lower, but I wonder why you went to 18 and not looked at sort of maybe a little bit fewer stories for the rest of for the overall complex.
No, great question, Councillor Williamson. It goes back to my response to Councillor Councillor Townsend. I apologize about that, gentleman. Was how are you doing this? And how are you making it work? Well, one of the things is doing it in bulk, increasing the units and doing it more in bulk. That's one of the things that makes it work. I have a question for you. When you say about energy efficiency, 18 stories versus X, what specifically are you speaking of? I just didn't understand that.
Well, if you just do a quick Google search on what's the optimal size for buildings, it'll tell you somewhere around 10 stories is where it kind of maxes out. Beyond that, it becomes more energy intensive to supply HVAC and energy to the upper stories, and you have to provide more elevators and that kind of thing.
Are you talking about like a percentage or kilowatt usage or gas?
Oh, just the overall environmental footprint of the building.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the presenter, excellent presentation. Love the emphasis on affordable housing as well. We're an aging community, as you know. We have a lot of seniors that are trying to age in place and remain there as long as possible, deferring movement to retirement homes and long-term care. But many need home care support. So assistance with daily living, personal support workers, nurses. And it's been an issue in some apartment buildings where they have to pay for visitor parking for that short-term stay. Do you have any thoughts on charging healthcare workers for temporary visitor parking? I just know that's been a source of tension in some other apartment buildings, and just trying to think about it in advance.
That's a great question. We haven't contemplated that. I don't have a response for you, but what I will commit to is that we'll research it and get back to you.
Thank you. It's just sometimes it's been a bit of a tension later, so if you could think about it proactively, it might be something.
One thing I will say is that with the Rick Hansen certified accessibility units that we will install, it will make it more universal living, and that the seniors or those that are aging in place will have the ability to function, easier in the daily needs with some grab bars, with the roll under spaces, et cetera. We've also been in contact with a hardware company that offers to remove doors. So doors are actually really inefficient and cause a lot of inefficient space and hard accessibility. So everything is drawers. And it's interesting, we've been looking at it. They put me in an orange suit and muted my hearing and muted my eyes and made my joints sore. So we've been looking at building our kitchens and our bathrooms with this different hardware. That's instead of doors, it's all drawers. And I actually found it was more efficient because you can get right to the back of things. And for me, as you can see, who's very short, they have a pull-out sort of step thing so I can reach the top of my glasses out of my top shelf. So anyways, more to come on that, but very, very good point. One more thing. We are right beside Seasons Retirement Home. So one thought we had from a business was, could we have a la carte services added on? So the stuff that's already happening at Seasons, could you negotiate for residents that wanted to add it, the ability to add some services? Because maybe they're not ready for Seasons, but they could have some add-on services in the apartment building. So more to come.
That's smart. That's what I'm thinking of, 2 Seasons right next door, maybe some partnership opportunities there. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ratzlaff.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you. You can hear me okay?
We can hear you. 5 by 5.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Toth, for bringing this forward. I've been really looking forward to this coming to council. If you just want to talk a little bit about the 10% affordability piece. I know we talked early on about how we could bring as much affordable housing to that complex as we could, but I think that you're someone who's not only building in Niagara, but you're adding affordable units to your builds, which I think is pretty unique. We don't hear that from a lot of developers, and so maybe just for my benefit and councils, speak a little bit to how you're able to do that and what some of the challenges are, and how are you ensuring that those remain affordable over the long term?
Great question. Thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. So I just want to make sure I understand. You're asking me how are we actually able to achieve 10% affordable units and make it viable in this market? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, thank you so much. So I did respond to that, and I will respond again. I think Councillor Townsend asked that question. So it's a model of adding as much efficiencies and incentives that we can. And so what we do is when we look to buy land, it's what price are we buying it per unit, per buildable square foot, and we're buying it in bulk, so there should be a discount. The other thing that we look at is increasing the amount of density, increasing the amount of units on the site to increase the value of land. That's another piece of the recipe. And then the other thing that we do is we stack as many grants and incentives as possible. So for example, we use the energy savings affordable home program. I forgot to mention that before. And we also look at doing CMHC-backed financing always. We've done the MLI Select program previously. And then right now we're looking at the ACLP program, which is 30% of affordable units, and we are exploring other models like the co-op model, et cetera, to maximize the affordability. It's the stacking of all of these strategies and driving efficiencies as much as possible that allows our product to be viable. I guess, what the other thing I should mention as well, I'm not doing this with all of my capital. I have a pool of investors behind me, and a lot of my investors are socially minded. And so Of course, as anyone invests for their RRSPs to make money for their retirement, or RESPs to make money for their kids' education, which is good and healthy, my investors want a return, but they also know what they wake up and they put their heads on the pillow at night. It's more important also not to just make money, but to contribute something good to the community, and that there is a social return that's achieved as well. So it would be the combination of all of those things that we combine together.
Appreciate that, Drew. Thanks, and I look forward to seeing something on that vacant land.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ratzlaff. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, the presenter. Yeah, a great idea, great plan. Also, we hear talk all the time about affordable housing and everything. When there's a large market, a large supply, that is also going to dictate some of your pricing as well. If you've already said we've got some other builds coming in that are purpose-built rentals as well, so you set your rents at X amount, and Buddy's got another one and his are lower, and you're not getting any people in, you're always going to have to do some figuring like that as well, right? So that'll add to the affordability when we have a more of a supply built here in the city as well, right? So I believe that's going to be good, and that's going to help everybody here in the in the city. So I've seen your other builds before, and it's a great, and I think this is going to be a great build. So good for you.
Thank you. No, you're right. We definitely need more supply, and that will help for sure. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the presenter. I have a couple of quick questions. One was about the geothermal, and I think it's a contingency. What does it, what are you basing that on, whether or not it goes forward?
Legal contracts with the supplier, and also the viability as well. So they'll have to come and drill and ensure that it's a viable to produce enough energy, and then we also need to agree to what that contract looks like, because they'll become the new utility. So as you can imagine, it's a very thick legal agreement that we're going back and forth with lots of red pens.
Okay, thank you. And then on that vein, are there other ways that you're possibly doing in your building that make it more efficient and more earth-friendly?
Not that I'm aware of at this point. I mean, that's not true. We could do a full net zero build, which would make it more efficient. The problem is at this scale, it's not penciling to do the affordable and that. So it's the balance of, you know, how much energy efficiency, what is the cost, how much is the affordability. So we're trying to maximize the things that work and maintain the affordability and the economic viability. We did, I'm just going to mention, car trips are actually one of the largest contributors to carbon emissions. And so it's interesting because obviously we're a very car-dependent town, but by creating these buildings with parking reductions, with car shares, scooter share, bike shares, with right-on transit routes and walkable actually helps as well. Just another thing to consider. But yes, we could go full net zero or even go to passive house standard. Those are other things we could do to get it more energy efficient. The challenge comes with the cost.
Okay, and you might not know, but I always hear that when you do net zero or you change to those things, the initial outlay is much more expensive, but the long-term gain is better. Do you have any stats with that?
I don't have specific stats, but every project has a little bit of a different pro forma, if that makes sense. So land is X. If you're building with poured concrete or you're building with precast, has X. Are you doing triple glazed windows? Are you doing double glazed? There's so many variables. I don't have a specific stat for you, but that's a very good question.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question is, we heard your start date. What's your goal for occupancy date?
So I like to talk in quarters in development and construction because things never are usually on time. That's just the reality of it. So a building like this is going to take somewhere between 24 and 30 months to construct. And that's from like starting the foundations.
Okay.
You know, and we feel like that's a pretty aggressive schedule. We're looking at doing Stubby's precast, which is the fastest superstructure assembly. So superstructure is, with these big buildings, is one of the things that takes the longest. So we're trying to drive efficiencies there, but that's the best estimate I can give you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Seeing no other questions or comments, I will thank the gentleman for their presentation. Very much appreciated. Drew, thank you for your energy. You can have a seat. With that, we're now at the point where if there's anybody in attendance who wishes to speak to this project, any members of the audience who wish to speak specifically to this project, now is your opportunity. Come forward. Ms. Foss, the lectern is yours.
Thank you. Just very briefly, because I'm here and didn't know I would be hearing this, it's actually a wonderful opportunity for the city to do a great intensification. So I'm very impressed with everything I heard tonight and glad that an empty parking lot is turning into something much more needed in many, many ways. So thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Foss. I make the assumption nobody had any questions for Ms. Foss. I know we do. I know we do. All right. There are no questions. We always appreciate you being here, Heather. All right. If there's nobody else in attendance who wishes to speak to this item, then can I have a motion to close the public meeting? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Dodge. The council closed the public meeting respecting applications to amend zoning bylaw 2013-283 in the City of St. Catharines official plan, subject lands 159 Ontario Street. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. The public meeting is now closed and council is called to order. Persons wishing to receive notice of council's decision should submit a written request to the office of the city clerk. At this time, is there a councillor who would like to move the recommendation in the report? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yep.
Wonderful. At this time, if there are any questions for staff, now is the time for council to ask questions or make comment. All right, seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
And that's carried.
My heart be still an intensification project that passed unanimously. All right, moving on. Item number 8, presentations. There are none this evening, so we'll move on to item number 9, 9.1, Financial Management Services, Audit Financial Statements and Auditor Findings and Observations for the year ended December 31st, 2024. Prior to discussing the report, I will call upon Paul Chiapana, Audit Partner for KPMG, to present.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can everyone hear me okay?
We can hear you 5 by 5.
Perfect. I'm going to share. So I know the financial statements and audit findings report has been included in full. What I did was I took out some specific slides that I wanted to share with council. Let me know if the presentation is visible.
It is up.
Awesome. And so I'm a new face. My name is Paul Ciapana. I'm an audit partner with KPMG, supporting Carlos Alvarez as the lead engagement partner. Unfortunately, he's overseas on vacation, so I'm filling in for him for today's meeting. I've been the audit partner, lead engagement partner for the library and a lot of other local municipalities, so just able to kind of fill in for him for this meeting. Just going through some key highlights for the audit. So subject to the approval of the financial statements, we are in a position to issue those financial statements in final. There's been no significant changes to our audit plan that we presented, or Carlos would have presented prior to the start of the audit. Significant risks. We have 2 significant risks that are required for all Canadian standard audits. That's the presumption of risk of fraud involving improper revenue recognition, and the other one is management override of controls. There were some other areas that we focused on, such as tangible capital assets, government grants, user charges and fees, and related deferrals, and operating expenditures, including payroll. There's no matters of going concern to note, no significant unusual transactions. Within the financial statement notes, we did note some new policies and procedures that were adopted. You'll see that after the main financial statements, and you'll notice a sentence that none of them had a significant impact on the city's financials, but we're including that just for your information purposes only. Other financial matters to report. So we did note in our findings report that there was a system conversion. As a result of a system conversion, there's some additional testing that takes place to make sure that that cutover process was appropriate, was complete, and is accurate at the end of the day. No specific topics. It was a very clean audit. No uncorrected misstatements, no corrected misstatements, which is really incredible to see for a municipality that size, and no significant control deficiencies. And we can confirm that we maintained our independence throughout the entire tenure of the audit process. Significant risks. So there are 2 slides in the deck on those significant risks that I noted. The first one is rebuttable. However, we have not done that rebuttable statement just because the level of revenue coming into the municipality is of significant nature. We carry out additional procedures just to make sure that the recognition of that revenue is appropriate and takes place in the correct period. The second presumed fraud risk relates to management override of controls. This is to meet our standards to comply with the Canadian auditing standards. We have specific procedures that we carry out. Those would have also been noted in our audit plan. We carried out those procedures and we did not note any significant matters to bring to your attention. And the last matter, as I noted, is the system conversion. So during the year, there was a conversion from one system to the PeopleSoft system and an upgrade for that process and for those systems. We carry out a lot of testing. We bring in some IT specialists just to make sure that the new system is operating appropriately. The authorizations and whatnot are in place. So management does this testing on their own, and we just come in and just validate that testing. And then we look at the mapping, and that conversion process was complete and accurate, as I mentioned earlier. So those are the highlights from the audit. The financial statements have been included in your package. Happy to answer any questions if you have any.
All right. Thank you for the presentation. Any questions? All right, seeing no questions, thank you so much for the presentation again, Mr. Chipana. Can I get a councillor to move the motion to receive the presentation? Councillor Stevens, seconded by Councillor Townsend. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. So can I get a mover and a seconder for the recommendation in the report? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Mako. The council approved the annual financial report for the year ended December 31st, 2024, attached as Appendix 1. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, then I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
And Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
And that's carried.
Item 9.2, Community Recreation and Culture Services, Recreation and Culture Program, St. Catharines Saints proposal for Maritan Centennial Arena. This was deferred from the meeting of June 23rd, 2025. At the June 23rd, 2025 meeting, Council referred the report back to staff to facilitate discussions with all user groups and to address questions from members of Council, postponing the decision to the July 14th, tonight, 2025 meeting. A new report, including responses to Council's questions and a revised recommendation, was submitted. Prior to discussing the report, we will hear from Mr. Christie, the Director of Community Recreation and Culture Services, with some opening remarks. Mr. Christie.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This evening, Mayor and Council will hear from Mr. Pat Smith, the owner of the Saints hockey team once again. Per Council's direction, our team facilitated a meeting between Mr. Smith and the user groups that booked Bilbergoyne Arena for their minor hockey programs. At that meeting, it became clear that the current demand for ice time by minor hockey at Bilbergoyne Arena would not allow for what the Saints ownership was seeking in terms of the use of exclusive dressing rooms, ice time, and other operational needs. The meeting did, however, allow the user groups to get a clearer understanding of what the Saints were proposing in terms of potential partnerships with minor hockey and ultimately another hockey experience in our city. This led to a conversation related to the potential use of Maritan Centennial Arena by the Saints. Following a tour of the facility, Mr. Smith had conversations with user groups and the Merritton Lions Club. On Tuesday, July 8th, a meeting was once again facilitated by our team to discuss the feasibility of the idea and gain support from the user groups, the Merritton Lions Club, and the ward councilors in order to move forward. And Mr. Smith is here with us this evening via Zoom, and he will share his proposal with Mayor and Council. Thank you.
All right, so prior to discussing the report, we will hear delegations from Nicole Chabati and from Mr. Smith. At this time, I'll call Nicole Chabati to speak. Is Nicole on Zoom?
Yes, I'm on the phone, actually.
There we go. All right.
Yeah, so briefly, briefly when we had the initial discussion with the Saints, we heard from the folks over at Bill Burgoyne, the users, and the fact that the ice that would be moved in order to accommodate the Saints belonged to SCAFA, which is the girls' program, for those of you who know the Junior Badgers. And they are a big partner of ours, and understanding with what the Saints needed for their requirements, their ice, the nights that they were looking for games, as well as practice ice, we are more than able to accommodate that at Merritton. There is space for storage. We are able to work with them with change rooms, and just in general, it was a great opportunity for us, we think, to be able to have them come over with St. Catharines, CYO minor hockey, to be able to work with us at Merritton, because it's just more feasible, I think, with the arena facility and with our program. None of our users will be affected by their requests. We have spoken with the Saints organization and city facility several times, as Mr. Christie mentioned. So we feel that it's actually a great partnership for them to join us there, as opposed to, the original proposal of having them go to Bill Burgoyne.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms. Chabati. Are there any questions or comments? So there are no questions or comments. Ms. Chabati, thank you so much for the presentation, and thank you to CYO for meeting the call and stepping up and engaging with Mr. Smith.
Of course.
Excellent. We'll now call upon Mr. Smith to speak via Zoom.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors, staff, and members of the community. My name is Pat Smith, and I'm the owner of the St. Catharines Saints Hockey Club. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here today to present a new proposal for the Saints to play out of the Maritan Arena starting in the 2025-2026 season. I've had ongoing conversations with city staff, local user groups, and members of the community. Through these discussions, it has become clear that Maritan Arena is the best home for the Saints. The layout of the facility, the availability of ice time, and the willingness of the existing user groups to collaborate all make it the right fit for our team and for the city. I want to emphasize that this is a fresh proposal, one that reflects everything we have learned through this process. It is designed not just to bring senior hockey to St. Catharines, but to deliver community benefits that go far beyond game nights. Bringing the Saints to Merritton will provide an affordable, family-friendly entertainment option right here in the community, increase arena usage, and bring new foot traffic into Merritton, benefiting local businesses. Create volunteer and fundraising opportunities that support minor hockey and other local groups. Help inspire young athletes by giving them a local team to look up to and inspire to join. It is especially important to me personally that the Saints become more than just a hockey team. My goal is for the team to be a community partner. I'm committed to working with the Maritan Lions Club, CYO, girls hockey, and all the user groups to ensure that the Saints add value to the arena and to the broader community. I want to take a moment to publicly thank CYO, Girls Hockey, and the Merritton's Lions Club for their support so far. This has been collaborative, open-minded, and committed to finding solutions that work for everyone. It has been inspiring to see the community come together around this opportunity. I also want to make it clear to council and to the public that I'm not requesting any financial assistance from the city for this proposal. The Saints will pay the same ice rates as other user groups. I'm prepared to operate this as a viable business sustained through sponsorships, ticket sales, and community support. I believe that with the exclusive advertising rights we have proposed, while fully respecting all existing Lions Club signage, we can secure the partnerships necessary to keep the team strong and sustainable. This proposal is designed to balance respect for existing user groups and with new opportunities for community engagement and economic activity. I am confident that the Saints can become a vibrant part of the Merritton and St. Catharines as a whole, and I'm excited for the chance to contribute to the city's rich hockey tradition. Request to council. In summary, I respectfully request that the City Council approve and direct city staff to enter into negotiations with the St. Catharines Saints Hockey Club for an agreement to play out of Merritton beginning the 25-2026 season. This proposal offers a balanced solution that respects existing user groups, meets the city's operational goals, and positions the Saints to succeed as a community-focused hockey team within St. Catharines. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. I remain committed to working collaboratively to make the Saints a positive and lasting partner of the city's sports and community landscape. I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Mr. Smith. Thank you for your presentation and for taking the time. I do have a quick question in regards to, I just kind of understanding where the idea with Bill Burgoyne, where did it come from? Was it recommended to staff? Just knowing that we have more than one arena that would have been a good option. I mean, clearly Merritton sounds like it's a great location, but where did the concept Bill Burgoyne come? Was that from your side, your team, or was that recommended to your group by staff?
No, that was definitely from my side. So I think in part of my first presentation, I grew up in the north end of St. Catharines. I still live in the north end of St. Catharines. My mom still lives in our family home for the last 48 years in the north end of St. Catharines. And, you know, I had a lot of volunteer support and local business support. So felt that Bill Burgoyne, at the beginning was a good option from our perspective at that point, getting to know and discuss with all the user groups at Bill Burgoyne and Merritton, the opportunity arose that definitely made more sense for everyone in Merritton. I think it's an amazing fit for the Saints, and if we're granted the opportunity, I think that we're going to make it successful there for everyone.
Awesome. Thanks, Pat.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Seeing no other questions, thank you again, Mr. Smith, and I will just say thank you for your continued pursuit of this. I'm excited to see what comes of this moving forward.
Thank you, Mayor.
Can I get a councillor to move and second the delegations? This would be Councillor Dodge, Councillor Harris. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. And then I have moving the recommendation in the report, Councillor Lindell, seconded by Councillor Harris, who has been very adamant he needs to second this one. The motion is on the board. Councillor Lindell, did you want to speak first to this? Could we open Councillor Lindell's mic? Oh, I can do it now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to take a moment to thank Mr. Smith and the St. Catharines Saints organization. Mr. Smith has been great at working with the organizations in Merritton. He's on board with preserving youth hockey and making sure it keeps going strong at the Maritan Centennial Arena. Our meetings were very productive. He's worked very closely with the CYO and Junior Girls Badgers, making concessions and adjusting schedules so that everyone gets their ice time and the ice time that they need. That kind of flexibility and teamwork doesn't go unnoticed, and it really makes a difference for the kids, the coaches, and the families involved in minor hockey in Merritton. The Saints organization also took the time to listen to the voices of the community, including the Maritan Lions, and made sure he understood the history and the heart behind that arena. That place means a lot to a lot of people in Merritton, and he gets that. What's really exciting is that the Saints coming into the arena brings energy, respect for its past, and a real commitment to growing the sense of community that's already there. The Saints aren't just a team moving in, they're going to be part of the community. They're joining a great tradition of grassroots sports in a place with history, passion, and heart. So thank you, Pat, and thank you to the entire Saints organization. We're lucky to have you in the mix, and we can't wait to see what's ahead. Thank you to Jim Richardson, our Recreational Master Plan Committee Chair, Director Christie, and I don't know if you all know this, but Ms. Brunetta has been doing all of the heavy lifting on this proposal and got it done in a week, and thank you. Thank you to Nicole Shabati of the CYO, Trish O'Neill of the Brock Junior Badgers, because they made this work. The Maritan Lions and everyone else that took part to help. Thank you. I hope you all vote for it.
Thank you, Councillor Lindo. I will say I would like to express my thanks to you. I know you were involved in this process as well, and it's much appreciated. Specifically, though, I'd like to thank you for thanking Mr. Christie and then throwing him directly under the bus by saying that Ms. Brunetta did all the heavy lifting. I really appreciate that. So with that, Councillor, if you just want to hit your button again, Councillor Lindell. All right, Councillor Stevens.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just think it's great that they could work that out and the facility was there. And to add my little bit of nostalgia, my mother was the one that won the contest to name the St. Catharines Saints way back when. And at the time, they gave her a jersey and one season ticket for naming the team back in the day, and I still have that jersey. It doesn't fit anymore, but I still have it.
You were begging people to do Lemon Square competitions at the beginning, and now it sounds like you're begging Mr. Smith to give you a free season ticket. So I don't know what to tell you, Councillor Stevens. Agreed. It's good to see the name back. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I took from that Councillor Stevens wants the naming rights back, but I want to thank all parties and Councillor Lindell for overseeing and partaking in the conversations. It's been an impressive couple months for the Merritton councillors who got a new baseball team, and now they're getting I guess a semi-pro hockey team. So kudos to Merritton. But looking forward to supporting this and seeing what the Saints can do in this season coming up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I think this question might be for Director Christie. I'm just wondering what the seating capacity is at Merritton Arena. I feel like I should know that since I learned to skate there, but I don't know offhand. And I see it on our website. We generally list the seating capacity for our other arenas. Just not sure what it is for Merritton.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you've caught me off guard here. I think we did a count last week, and it's somewhere between 800 and 1,200.
Okay, that's
like
more
that.
than I thought. Thank you. Just wondering how many fans will be able to pack it for the Saints games. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mako. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also pleased that there's a workable solution that has happened, and I'm pleased to be able to support this. But I think there are some valuable takeaway lessons we need to learn from this. Any future proposals for Bill Burgoyne Memorial Arena or any other recreational facilities or ice surfaces that will potentially reduce access for local residents, particularly our children, must include consultation with our community partners, those volunteer organizations who give selflessly of their time and their talents to provide opportunities for our young people and other users. And of course, they are our priority and must continue to be so. And we also need to remember that the taxpayers funded a new four-pad arena and going back, whatever it is now, 15 years or longer. Thank you. And since then, we've also closed down 3 arenas. So with female hockey burgeoning, we are not in a position where we have a whole lot of extra ice time as we have learned. So, but I'm thankful that this has worked out in the future, but we shouldn't put our users have to come into this chamber and beg to continue their operations where they were. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williamson. And then I will just close, and I appreciate Councillor Williamson pointing that out. I think we have learned some valuable lessons in this. I know in my conversations with CRCS staff, we definitely will be taking a different view along the lines of what you just stated. And I think those lessons learned are important. I do want to reiterate, though, a thank you to the user groups that were able to sit down with Mr. Smith and to find a solution. And I'm going to say it again, and I will thank Mr. Smith. I think this is an interesting proposal. It's a different idea for the city, and I think it's one that people will embrace. And I appreciate his determination in this to get it done. I think he's done a really good job of working with all of the groups that are in the Merritton Arena, and so kudos to him. And I hope that this is a positive vote and they can move forward and get the first season of new Saints hockey underway in the fall. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Windle?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Dodge?
Yes.
Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Václav?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco?
Yes.
That's carried.
And one thing I failed to mention, but I will point out just because it's in there, there is a table that talks about the fill rates, and all of our arenas are over 80%. Canada Games Park is over 90%. But the one thing that was interesting when I did the math, it looks to me like we have a little bit more than one additional arena's worth of primetime hours still available. So there are hours available. I know we've had conversations in around this table in the past about what prime time looks like, but based on the numbers, we do still have about a pad's worth of prime time hours. With that, we'll move on to 9.6. This was moved from consent to discussion. Planning and Building Services, the response to Upper Canada Consultants correspondence for 527 Glendale Avenue regarding CIP program requirements. Prior to discussing the report, we'll hear a delegation from Nicholas Godfrey and John Lally, and I will call upon them to come on up. Gentlemen, the lectern is yours.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, staff, and members of the public. My name's Nicholas Godfrey. I'm a senior planner with Upper Canada Consultants, and I'm joined by our client, John Lally of Lally Homes. I want to give a brief introduction to our project and that we're working on together, and then make ourselves available to any questions you may have. So 527 Glendale is approximately 5.5 hectares in size in the south end of Merritton, and with approximately 138.51 meters of frontage along Glendale Avenue. The site operated as a gun club from 1969 until approximately 2012, and then thereafter was used as a residence. Our client, Lally Homes, plans a mixed-use development featuring a standalone commercial space along Glendale, complemented by 4 apartment buildings ranging from 2 to 6 stories, totaling approximately 450 units. The client has entered into a relationship with Stubbies through their Fast Track program to develop modular precast buildings, which will enable him to deliver housing to market more quickly. He's also exploring a relationship with a nonprofit for one of the buildings and has been in conversation with Niagara Region Housing about partnership opportunities as well on site. As part of this development, our client is committed to addressing housing needs. We have had collaborative and productive meetings with staff to refine the concept, and we'll be submitting our pre-consultation application this week to kick off the formal Planning Act approvals process. One of the main challenges we anticipate with this site is the contamination from the historic use from the gun club and the cost, timelines, and risks involved in remediation. To expedite the process, Mr. Lally proposes to fund and initiate the cleanup immediately rather than waiting for zoning approvals for a complete CIP application. The site is expected to bring construction forward this step is expected to bring the site forward by at least a year. This brings us to council today, where we're seeking your approval to backdate these cleanup costs before official execution of a CIP agreement. And commencing cleanup while the CIP agreement is underway is critical to the success and viability of the project. And as mentioned by Drew Toth earlier today, it's a stacking of these incentives that makes projects more viable and helps work through some of the difficulties of some of the the remaining available land within the urban boundary in St. Catharines. And I'll give the floor over to John if he wants to add anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council. Thank you, staff, very much. Staff has been fantastic to deal with. I appreciate everything you've done for us and to the public. I guess I think I should have just got Mr. Toth to get up and speak. He's fantastic. He's actually come to my office to help me about this project. As Nicholas mentioned, we're using the same company, the fast track system through Stubbies. And 3 of our buildings will be 6 stories, roughly 130 units each, and 1 would be a 2-story. We, as Nicholas mentioned, have been working with the Niagara region affordable housing. We are trying to hit 30%, and that is a huge number. Drew with his project is at 10%, and some of the councillors had great questions. How do you even get to 10%? And he explained underground parking, and if he goes down a 2nd story, the cost there. So far, we are all surface parking. We're about 1.21 per building on a parking ratio, and 1 building's 1.49 on a parking ratio. So he has less parking, but he's right in the heart of St. Catharines. So we've really been working, but as Nicholas and Mr. Toth mentioned, it's right now, the federal government has a program of no HST on apartments. There's different affordability programs through CMHC. And as mentioned earlier, today CMHC changed the cost of even putting in your application. And I worked with a small project in Thorold. We got halfway down and CMHC had changed some rules there. We had to go back and adjust. And the reason I'm asking for your support today, and we'll be paying for all the funding, is so I can start cleaning in September. If I had to wait to come back to zoning, we're hoping to have approvals maybe in December or January, which means I'd have to wait for next April to start cleaning up. I want to start building this building next June. If I have to wait till next April or May to start the cleanup, then I'm going to be delayed till summer of 2027. So a year before I'll be able to get this building into the ground delayed. And you had a great question, sir, like how do you hit these targets? Time is my biggest killer. And if the government changes incentives, if CMHC changes incentives, it could set me way back. So I'm really trying to build an incredible community for St. Catharines on this property here. And I really think we can get to the 30%. I've worked with the accessibility. I've worked on the green energy. I'm taking advantage of those grants, obviously CMHC. And with your support today, I'm sure I'll be in front of you in December or January or as fast as Upper Canada can get here to get the approvals. I am a developer that builds what's approved. I do not want to get this approved and wait. You can see I can't even afford to wait. So me getting this approved and waiting is not an option. We want to build this. If we, with the fast track program, can begin next summer or even 3rd quarter next year, we can have this built out in a year with the fast track system and Stubbies, like actually people moving in the summer of 2027. One of the buildings, the 2-story, the reason we're doing that is there's only 60 parking spots, so 40 to 44 units, is we've been in touch with the cooperative housing people and with the cooperative housing and land lease, different land lease communities. That is going to open the door for maybe just that building, the other 3 being rentals and affordable housing. But we are exploring, trying to get people to have the pride of Canadian home ownership. And on those, hopefully 40 to 44 units, we're going to be able to do that. So I'm really working all angles here. This is certainly one of the angles of why I'm with you today. But to hit that target of 1,047, to buy land, to put in the infrastructure, to build the buildings, it is a huge team effort from the region to the city and to every government level. So I'm here today just to ask you for your support so that I can get started and bring this to fruition as soon as possible. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lally. We have questions. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. My question is, I know you're talking about the plan. Has that plan been sent to council and mayor?
We have completed our
site plan, and it has gone into a couple times to the city. We're doing our official pre-con submission next week, and it has come back a couple times to us, one for more density, how the roads come through. So Upper Canada's made the changes, the capacity for the sewer and water. We now think, we were even working on it this morning, we now think we have the perfect site plan, and that's coming in next week for pre-con.
Okay, thank you for this. I guess I'm asking this because the report that we did receive, do you currently own the lands or you're currently trying to buy the lands?
I'm firm on the lands. I close in September of this year, but I bought the land currently over a year ago.
But it hasn't closed yet, so you don't own the land yet? Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Thank you, gentlemen, for the presentation. Can I have a mover and a seconder to receive the delegation? Councillor Townsend, Councillor Stevens, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. You can just have a seat. Very welcome. So at this time, I know Councillor Lindell will be moving an alternate motion. So if we could put the alternate motion up on the screen. And do I have a seconder for that alternate, Councillor Harris? The dynamic duo this evening. And Councillor Lindell, did you want to speak to this? Okay, Alexi, could we open up Councillor Lindell's mic?
I'm hoping you will support this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me speak. This is a really rough remediation that's going to be needed because it used to be the gun club in Merritton. When they take possession of the land in September, that's when they'd like to start remediating that land. And this way they can at least, it's all on their dime, they can at least try and get the land cleaned up so that when June shows up next year, they can start building on it. I understand that we can't guarantee that they'll get any remediation funds for this, but they're taking on the cost. So there is no cost to the city on this particular remediation, so.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you, I have some concerns with this. I do believe this opens up a can of worms to allow for other developers to come forward and jump the line when it comes to CIP. With respect, I'm not sure if I understand this, but we're being asked tonight.
Not to approve anything. So this is not for an approval of the CIP. So that's why I was going to jump in. We're not actually, the motion is not asking to allow them to qualify or to get the CIP. It's simply that when they make CIP application, that these costs that would have been before the CIP agreement can be included as a part of their application. So it's similar to what we did on the Queenston, the former hospital site on Queenston. Okay. So it's really just asking, can they claim those costs? There is no guarantee that they will get CIP.
Thank you.
So thank you for that, Councillor, because that's an important clarification.
And thank you. I appreciate that, and I think it's sometimes it's easier when these are sent to councillors ahead of time to review. So if that is the case, then that certainly makes more sense. I'm seeing this for the first time right now. So if this is the case, then I'm supportive of that, but there are concerns if it was the alternative. Thank you.
And Councillor, I do appreciate that. I think this all kind of came together this afternoon. So, you know, but I think your point is very well taken. If this was a pre-approval, that would be a very different situation. For clarity, for those at home and for those around the horseshoe, this is not an approval on the CIP. This is simply saying you can claim these costs when you make CIP application, because our policy, the way it's currently written, does not allow for that to happen. Costs that are incurred in brownfield remediation, if they are done before a CIP application is approved and a CIP agreement is signed, I'm keeping my eyes on Mr. Rich to make sure I'm saying this right. If it's done before the agreement is implemented, then those costs are not eligible. As a reminder, and to those who weren't aware, with the Queenston Hospital site, we recently had a similar request. Again, we did not approve the CIP. We simply said that the developer, Vive Development, when they make CIP application, can claim those costs as well. Okay, so can we open up Councillor Townsend's microphone, because he's looking for clarification and he still has the floor.
Thank you. I'm looking at the first line, and it's asking that council approve the request of Upper Canada to waive the project cost requirements.
Waive the eligible project cost requirements. So the eligible project cost requirements would be that they not be incurred until after the agreement is signed. I'm looking at Mr. Ritchie. Am I correct on this? Because we'll get the wording correct.
Can we get the wording changed? Because with respect, I am concerned with the language, because if I'm looking at the original is to deny the request from Upper Canada to waive the eligible project requirements. This, Mr. Mayor, with respect, is asking to approve. It's the same wording.
But this is the eligible project cost requirements. So
up to 100,000 or 1% of project costs. So
I'm looking
so
to
just
the
with
senior planner.
respect, it's literally asking for the opposite. Thank you.
Through the mayor, if I may. I do think the wording is perhaps could have, for additional clarity, what needs to happen as a next step to implement this request is there needs to be an amendment to the CIP plan, which provides the specific relief being sought for this project. So the next step would be, it's captured more in the second paragraph there. The council directs staff to amend the CIP plan to permit retroactive costs for this project. I think that's the key direction that needs to come forward to implement this. And that would be the same process that was followed on Queenston Street.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So I'm wondering if we can strike out the entire first paragraph and just vote on that second one.
It's the mover's motion, and it was worked on with planning. So I'm waiting for somebody to tell me what they, Councillor, we're not adding another voice. In defense of Councillor Lindell, this was run through planning, so I want to make sure that planning is comfortable.
We're consulting. Just one moment.
The first paragraph basically flips it around.
Thank you for your patience. Would you like to?
So we're through the mayor to the councillor. So UCC came in with a request that project costs will be considered retroactively for 527 Glendale. Staff have denied that request, but we can change the deny to approve. And then in order to approve the request that they made to council, then we'd have to amend the CIP. So we'll be back with an amendment should this be carried.
Okay, so I'm going to jump in here. The question is not that. I think we're all aware of that. The question is, does the first paragraph need to be there or does it not? I read it because as I read the report, it says, under these programs, eligible project costs incurred prior to execution of a formal CIP agreement are not retroactively eligible for the incentive. So those would be the eligible project cost requirements. They have to be after. So what this says to me, that first clause says they're asking to waive those requirements that they come after. So the question is, does that clause need to be there? Could it be taken out so that everybody is comfortable with what they're voting on? Because the second clause seems to capture the exact same thing as the first clause, and we just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with this.
I would agree. The second clause is the key one. The first clause could be removed without consequence in this situation.
Super duper. Thank you, Mr. Ritchie. Councillor Lindell, would you be happy to remove the first clause? She would be ecstatic. Orexi, wonderful. Thank you. Good job. I love it. Councillor Townsend, I actually really appreciate the clarity. Make sure that absolutely everybody is comfortable with the comments that we are making.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's nice to be right once.
Stopped clock and all those wonderful things, Councillor Townsend. You're right more than once. That's like the second time this term. All right, Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just think with council moving forward like this, you said it was very similar to Queenston Street, but it's also different in its own way. And it's the only way development's going to get done in the city, especially with something like this with lead in the ground. It's a different kind of remediation. So this is the only way brownfield areas like this can get developed in our city. So it's a step in the right direction. Otherwise, it's going to sit empty forever. So and much needed housing. So I think it's a good move.
Thank you, Councillor. And as council members are aware, we are undergoing a CIP review right now, our 5-year regular CIP review. And this is something, Councillor Lindell and I had this conversation earlier today, that this is something I think we have to add as a part of that review, is looking at those eligible project cost requirements, because more and more it's going to be difficult for developers to be able to meet timelines and everything else. So that is definitely on the radar. Seeing no other questions or comments, so we now have the clarified motion up on the screen, and I will look to the city clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Lindell.
Yes.
Councillor Harris.
Yes.
Councillor Williamson.
No.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Councillor Dodge.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
And that's carried.
All right, moving on to item 9.3, Planning and Building Services Downtown Heritage Conservation District Study. At its meeting of June 9th, 2025, Council referred report PBS 068-2025 back to staff to obtain clarification on the option on page 4 to have a smaller heritage area, and clarification on the comment on page 5. Heritage Conservation District does not need to have the restrictions on alterations that are traditionally associated with heritage districts, and to indicate what the tax incentives and grants would entail. A memorandum from the Heritage Planner outlining clarification that was requested was submitted. As such, speakers are to limit their comments to the referred information only. I've been made aware that 11 delegates have requested to speak. Please note that delegates are listed in the order in which they were received based on the date and time, as we do for any other matter. Prior to discussing the referred items, Lauren Walker, the Heritage Planner, will provide opening remarks. Ms. Walker?
Good evening. On June 9th, Council received report PBS 068-2025 pertaining to the Downtown Heritage Conservation District study. The report outlines that the downtown study area does have a high concentration of contributing heritage buildings and merits designation under Part 5 of the Ontario Heritage Act as a Heritage Conservation District. The staff recommendation is to proceed with the plan phase for the entire study area. The report did, however, provide an alternate recommendation focused on proceeding incrementally, with only the commercial core centered on St. Paul Street proceeding to a plan phase at this time. Council received several delegations identifying both support and concern, and referred the report back to staff for additional information, as the mayor discussed earlier. The submitted memo provides that additional background on these 3 items and is provided for council's information. Staff are available should council have any further questions.
Thank you for the opening remarks. Before discussing the referred items, we will hear delegations from the following individuals in this order: Joanne Atkinson, Dr. John Bacher, Matthew Sherman, Lisa Taylor, Sharvin Kesh, Orhan Karam, Daniel Skinner, David Cooperman, Heather Foss, Susan Fortino, and Mark Avedizian. A reminder to all speakers that speakers have 5 minutes to present. Now, in general, I try to give people a little bit of leeway. However, this evening, there will be no leeway. There are 11 people to speak. That is at a minimum 55 minutes if everybody takes all of their time with no questions. So we will be limiting everybody to 5 minutes, no more. When there is 15 seconds remaining in your presentation, city staff have given me a bell. So rather than having to interrupt your speaking, you will simply hear a bell. You will have 15 seconds. When it gets to 5 minutes, the microphone will be cut off, okay? There is a clock in front of you on the lectern. So as you are speaking, you will know exactly how much time you have left to speak. The final thing that I will raise is something that came up in the first meeting. There is a general rule of decorum that we do not clap, we do not cheer, we do not mutter, we do not speak, we do not make any sort of pronouncements when someone is speaking. When they are finished, if you agree with them, clap silently in your head. If you disagree with them, boo silently in your head, but we do not take the opportunity to try and intimidate the speaker who is speaking. So I would ask that everybody follow those conduct rules. If you disagree with someone, please disagree silently. With that, I will start with the first person on my list, which was Joanne Atkinson. And Ms. Atkinson, you can come up to speak. Ms. Atkinson, the lectern is yours.
Try to put this somewhere. Nope, sorry. Sorry, I have asthma, and if I have to stop a bit, it will be because I have to take some water. So I know you're on a timeline, but I hope I'll be a little bit accommodation if that happens. Thank you. Mayor Cisco, members of council, staff, and guests present. I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for coming tonight and looking at this very important, this very important issue we're about to discuss. I'd like to particularly thank our heritage planners, both James Nielsen and Lauren Walker, who have done so much in these reports. I've enjoyed reading them, and I thank you so, so much for all that you have done to make us aware of the wonderful history we have in St. Catharines. I also would like to show you the Standack report that the city had approved. It was commissioned. The cost to us was the work of 20 people who have worked on this. We have also had an agreement to pay them $250,000. They've done a lot of work, but there's still money available should you decide to continue with their recommendations. So I think that we need to really take time to be aware of that. I'd like to, in the words of Martin Luther King, say, life begins to end when you become silent about things that matter. This really matters. I'm a lifelong resident of St. Catharines. I've lived here for most of my 78 years, and I care deeply about my community. I believe that all of our residents and our descendants have done a lot to bring this city to what it is today. And you, as someone who's a Canadian, I would hope would show the patriotism for the heritage that we have here in St. Catharines. In the report, it talks about so much. Our St. Paul Street is the only one in Canada that has a beautiful curved path. And as we know, it was an Indigenous path and went along with what was then the canals. We have a history with the Underground Railway. We have beautiful buildings that have been built by a lot of architects. And we have also a great system of educational institutions that have been built over the years. And I ask that you, as the elected members of council, you are the stewards of our community, and I hope you take that responsibility seriously when you look at our city. I was born in St. Catharines, and I was fortunate to grow up on Wolseley Avenue. That's the street close to the Collegiate between Maple Street and Russell Avenue. And it was a street whereby we had a mixture of homes, but we all cared about that street, and we looked after our boulevard, and we looked after each other. From there, I attended Alexander School, now Harriet Tubman, and then I went to the Collegiate, another historic building. My career took me into a field of teaching, and I was proud to work for the District School Board of Niagara, and then also with Adolescent and Family Support Services. Growing up, I was happy that I was able to come down weekly to take piano lessons at what used to be St. Joseph's Convent, and also to spend a lot of time at the Market Square and other things that were available. I'm looking at life not just from St. Catharines, but I'm looking at life that I experienced. When I was a teenager, I became very interested in learning about the world, and as such, I was fortunate to be able to go to other countries, nonprofit organizations, to promote international understanding. And I got to see and live in Japan and in England and in other areas, and I really found it was great to be able to be proud of Canada, to bring these people to St. Catharines and to show them my city, and also view it from what is happening. I've traveled extensively. I've done consulting work for a couple large travel agencies, and I'm proud, not to say this because look at where I've been, but I'm saying I've been able to look at St. Catharines through the eyes of others and what we have here. My own paternal grandparents happen to have the Market Square Bakery right next here, and it's a little emotional to me. My father died when I was 12. My father worked very hard in that bakery, and I'm proud of what they did. That was one of the pictures that was in this lovely Standeck report. My maternal grandparents are part of the Secord line, and I'm proud of that and all that they have done for history. And especially my four Frewer grandchildren happen to have as their great-great-grandfather Edwin Nicholson. And if you know much about the homes in St. Catharines, Edwin Nicholson built many homes. His son continued the tradition, Arthur Nicholson, and together with Mr. Macbeth have beautiful homes, not only on Yates Street and many parts of Glenridge Avenue. They built schools such as Memorial School. They built the band shell here in Montebello Park, and they, sorry, okay. Okay, thank you. 15 seconds, sorry. I'm sorry, I forgot what the bell meant. So we have an opportunity here with all of these beautiful buildings and all of what was written in those reports to retain his heritage conservation district for part of our city. This would make such a difference. It would make us proud to be Canadian. It would make us proud of our city. And I know that so many residents would appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments from council? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much, Ms. Atkinson, for your presentation. At this time, I will call upon Dr. John Bacher to speak. Dr. Bacher, the lectern is yours.
Yes, thank you. I will focus in on what Councillor Kushner raised about the matter of distinctiveness of the proposed heritage district and other heritage districts. In a way, all the St. Catharines heritage districts have this distinctive feature. They're different from heritage districts in other communities. And the distinctiveness came about because of the great championing of heritage in St. Catharines, Carlos Garcia, both at this table and as a private citizen when he wasn't serving on council. And he said that we don't want heritage districts in St. Catharines to be bogged down by small details, like have been alleged that would happen here. People talk about doorknobs and windows and all this sort of thing. He made it very clear that what was important was restricting height. And a lot of the critics that I saw on the TV on YouTube from the Hamilton television station, they're not in a position to rise great high-rise towers and cause a height restriction. They don't really understand the nature of the restrictions that would be put on them. And the key point is that there could be, the way this will happen, it will happen through a year of detailed consultation, where all the owners will have an opportunity to shape the details of the Heritage District Plan. And that could provide useful guidelines on this height matter that will probably be the core of any restriction. The could be a useful way to have possible greater height in some peculiar places like parking lots. One of the things I was quite surprised at council, there's a parking lot behind the Queen Street Baptist Church, and the council unanimously rejected the application of the potential developer. It was too high. That, developer can get involved in this plan and say that, the height restriction should be, such and such. He's not going to ruin the heritage district by building in the parking lot. And this is a reality in my part of St. Catharines where I live. There's a lot of parking lots around, Geneva Street, Church Street area. But there's historic buildings, next to them. I want to save the buildings. I don't care what goes up in the parking lot. And I urge that you do tonight what I wish had been done the previous meeting, that you adopt the staff recommendation and go ahead with this and lead the detailed discussions to the process that's been very well laid out in the staff recommendation and the excellent consulting report that Mrs. Atkinson, as a champion of heritage, our community, spoke to so eloquently. And that report is a great antidote to the bad sort of reports that were far more numerous when I was a teenager, from Central Mortgage and Housing, urban renewal programs that destroyed a lot of our heritage in St. Catharines and created these various parking lots, which are excellent intensification opportunities.
Thank you, Dr. Bacher. Are there any questions for Dr. Bacher? All right, seeing none, thank you for your presentation. I'll now call upon Matthew Sherman to speak. And this one is by Zoom.
Hello, can you see me? Hello?
We can definitely hear you.
Oh, I'm trying to get my camera. Oh, no, that's not it. Sorry, I'm just having a technical difficulty. 1 second here, just trying to. Is my camera on?
We're not seeing it, but it's indicating that it is, but we don't see you right now. There we go. Now we can see you.
Sorry. My apologies, guys. I'm out of the city. I'm at a cottage, so if my reception's a little spotty, I apologize. Otherwise, I would be there in person today. Can I start now?
You can start.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to speak to council and my fellow downtown business owners and property owners and the mayor. Thank you for this opportunity. Appreciate it. I was at the last council meeting in June when I would say that from what I saw, it felt like the heritage is all about facades, creating this facade of yesteryear or protecting the construction of yesteryear. And what I noticed was I felt like some of the presentations, the information that had been presented was almost a little bit of a facade in itself. There was numerous things we were talking about insurance. And people would say, well, how old's the wiring and how old's the plumbing and how old's the roof? Let's be clear. Insurance is more expensive in a property that is 200 years old than a property that is built brand new or that's 20 or 30 years old. Period. End of statement. It's irrelevant about roof. It's irrelevant about plumbing. Yes, if you have updated plumbing or updated electrical or updated roofs, that will reduce the premium. But you need specialized insurance for buildings that are more than 150 years old. You just do. And most insurers don't touch properties that are 100 years old or more. So therefore, you have to find niche or specialized insurance, which costs more. There shouldn't be a debate. Insurance costs are going to go up if we are heritage. Moving on to contractors, renovations, things of that nature. When you need a specialized contractor who specializes in heritage restoration, you need a niche contractor. It's not Timmy who does carpentry or Joey who does flooring. No, you need a guy who's specialized. There was comments about how contractors may not be more expensive if they're heritage specific. Would we be flying in a brain surgeon from California for the same rate as the doctor who does hernias on Tuesday? No, we wouldn't. He's a specialized contractor. He's going to get a specialized pay. So the renovation cost and the insurance cost for the building because of the replacement value or because of the restoration costs will be more expensive. moving on to the heritage system. We had a long-standing heritage system that I did, that looked at whether or not the city was a good candidate or a poor candidate. It was used for a long period of time. And now we've decided that we are going to use a new system that has only been used, as far as I can remember, twice. That was what was reported to me, that twice the system has been used. Do we want to put the future of our city in a non-proven a non-proven system? I don't know, I hate to use the word system 3 times, but in a non-proven, something that's just such short-lived. You know, I would rather take a plane with my kids that's flown 100 times than a plane that's flown once or twice. This is the future we're talking about of our city. I would like to see something that has a long-standing history before we find whether or not this is actually such a big candidate, or we need or a more foolproof system than the one that we're being introduced, which is so premature in its trial. Last time we had the person from Port Dalhousie Heritage who spoke, and he spoke about how Port Dalhousie was doing such an amazing job with all the development, because that's another heritage district in our city. When I go to Port Dalhousie, yes, he's right. Tons of new houses are being built, and they're beautiful, and I like them. But the commercial is dismal. It's never been worse. What is going on in Port Dalhousie commercial that's changed in the last 15 years? The last time there was vibrancy in Port Dalhousie's commercial district was 2009, 2010. I know, because I was there. And I'm there regularly. And heritage blanketing does not help in commercial districts the same way it does in residential districts. They can't be compared. I mean, Tim Hortons couldn't make it in Port Dalhousie, and downtown St. Catharines for that matter, but they almost never don't make it. So that's to say something. In regards to talking about the cost of individual designation versus blanket, I kept on hearing it's too expensive to do individual designation. It's too expensive, it's too expensive. What is the cost, the opportunity cost of our future? What is the opportunity cost of a tower that has not been built in Port Dalhousie and the lost tax revenue in the commercial downtown of Port Dalhousie for the last 15 years?
Mr. Sherman,
what is the cost?
You've got about 15 seconds left.
Thank you. Lastly, St. Catharines is a major hub for the Niagara region. We need precast concrete. We need reinforced concrete, not cobblestone floors and stone foundations. We need to be able to build new structures to handle the infrastructure of the hub of the Niagara region. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Are there any questions for Mr. Sherman? All right, seeing none, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
At this time, I will call upon Lisa Taylor to speak. Ms. Taylor, the lectern is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just move this up a little. Let me just start by saying it's great to be here to see these 2 projects that were presented tonight go forward, at least in the next few steps, to really help alleviate some of this housing crisis that we are experiencing. So I'm really excited to see that, and congratulations to all of you for moving forward with that. Good evening, Mayor Cisco and members of council and everyone else in chambers. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Lisa Taylor, and I'm the 2025 chair of the Niagara Association of Realtors. We represent more than 1,600 realtors across this region, professionals who live and work in your community and understand firsthand what buyers, sellers, tenants, and investors are facing right now. We're here tonight because we care deeply about the future of St. Catharines, and we remain strongly opposed to the proposed Downtown Heritage Conservation District. Let me be clear, realtors support thoughtful heritage conservation. When a building has clear historical or architectural value, it should be protected. But this proposal, even in its scaled down form, is still too broad, too unclear, and comes at exactly the wrong time. The idea of starting a small and phased in approach might sound like a compromise, but it isn't. It's a slower version of a blanket designation The policies still aren't clearly defined. We still don't know what restrictions apply, and the uncertainty that creates is already having an impact. We're hearing from our commercial realtors, property owners, and small business clients. They're worried. They know what happens to a commercial property under this kind of designation. Values often drop before they rise in order to offset the increased costs the designation will have. Financing becomes harder to secure, insurance premiums go up, and renovations get pushed off because the rules and approvals are unclear. That affects not just the owner, but the tenants and the small businesses trying to stay afloat downtown. The memo outlines tax rebates and grants, but there's no confirmation, but there's no confirmed budget, no rollout plan, and no guarantee they'll cover the real costs. And we can't talk about supporting small businesses if we're laying on regulations before funding is in place. We've also seen what happens when heritage policies outplace housing needs. The province didn't change the heritage rules to invite more red tape. They changed them to put housing first, to unlock opportunities in places like downtowns. This proposal does the opposite. St. Catharines is building at just 28% of its housing target. Maybe that's changing after tonight. That's good. We need smart, adaptive reuse of downtown properties. We need infill, gentle density, and rental housing. Policies like this don't help. They slow projects down or turn them away entirely. We also have concerns with how properties are being evaluated. Requiring just 2 of 9 criteria to designate a property might make sense for a voluntary designation, but for mandatory ones, it's far too broad. We should be targeting truly significant properties, not stretching the definition to meet a threshold. Council has time. Bill 200 extends the deadline to 2027, and that gives us a window to refine the approach, define the policies, and narrow the scope to focus on properties that really matter. Downtown is already under pressure. There's not the moment to make investment harder or to freeze up properties that could become homes, businesses, or community spaces. This community wants and needs balance, and there's time to get it right. This is the time to invest in additional resources and focus protection where it's warranted. That's the smart approach. Tonight, we urge you to think about the hundreds of people in our community who are struggling to find an affordable place to call home. I was speaking with someone at the Niagara region this week, and they told me that the housing wait list for Niagara regional housing is 10 years long. 10 years. Someone who is in need, in a crisis of affordable housing, what are they supposed to do for 10 years? That's devastating. Blanket designations like this may be well-intentioned, but during a housing crisis, they will do more harm than good. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Taylor. Are there any questions or comments? Comments come later. All right, seeing none, thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you.
At this time, I will call upon Sharvin Kesh to speak. Mr. Kesh, welcome. The lectern's yours.
Thank you. I'll try and be brief here. Good evening, Mayor Cisco, city councilors, city staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Sharvin Kesh. I've been a retrofit developer here in the downtown St. Catharines for 19 years. For those of you that are unfamiliar with retrofit development, it basically means you're taking old, often neglected buildings and bringing them back to life, restoring them, repurposing them, and bringing them up to modern building code. And I can tell you from experience, the process is not easy. Retrofit work is governed by a completely different set of codes than new construction. Solutions often don't come out of a manual. Sometimes there is no solution within code. You must sit with building officials, fire department, heritage planners to find alternative compliance paths, solutions that need to be backed up or signed off by expensive consultants or experts. We've had to bring the matter before Toronto Commission to overturn city interpretations. With any of this, there's no control over timeline, costs, or outcome. So yes, I do appear to be crazy to want to do this for a living. Jokes aside, and even with these challenges, my belief in our city's potential has never wavered. We've done the work. I'm proud to say our hammers have never stopped. It's been one project after another. We've worked hard to bring investors into downtown. We've restored buildings that were falling apart and made them functional, beautiful, compliant. Some of those buildings are now on ghost walks, used for city marketing, show up on all types of social media feeds, local calendars, and have even been featured on TV. So it's pretty obvious I'm not opposed to heritage preservation, but I speak out against the city's plan for the blanket heritage designation being proposed for our downtown. I hear that there's a new motion to rename the district for now and only keep it to demolition. You can call it whatever you'd like. Any district under the Heritage Act will push developers away and hamper economic recovery. Heritage designation is not a one-size-fits-all. What makes sense for well-preserved 19th century church might be completely unworkable for a mixed-use commercial building that needs modern upgrades to serve the business and community needs. That is exactly why we need to have individual designation. Retrofit projects are not only unpredictable, but incredibly expensive. And that's if you're lucky enough to find the right person to do the challenging job. For example, we've paid $4,000 for just one single operating window. And it's not just the cost. It's the half dozen trades to figure out what is the best way to go. Then another half dozen site visits and emails to agree on the approved path. I have brought in a crew of specialized masons that I randomly found walking in Hamilton to the tune of $37,000 a day just to work on proper facade restoration. These are not exaggerations. They are just part of what it costs to do the work properly. Yes, there is heritage and CIP grants. The benefits are limited. I've never been able to get a heritage grant over the finish line. The qualification requirements are very narrow. With CIP grants, often spending thousands just to access the program, we've had to spend $3,000 on architectural drawings to qualify for a $10,000 facade grant. And once the work is done, the building gets reassessed and the taxes go up, sometimes doubling or tripling. For example, my office on Queenston Street, the taxes jumped from $550 to $1,250 a month, just from after a CIP facade grant. It also took 4 months to access the funds after paperwork was all submitted. So I ask council directly, is this blanket heritage designation, or if this blanket heritage designation passes, what real supports will be in place to cover up the costs? Will there be matching grants, tax incentives, or low-interest loans scaled to the actual costs of retrofit work? Will the process be simple, fair, and fast enough to be useful? And most important, where is the grant money going to come from? Especially when Niagara is already leading the province per capita in tax increases. And I also want to add the Niagara region has already signaled more double-digit percentage increases coming next year and most likely the year following. So where are we getting the money from? Small businesses and property owners downtown are already struggling. Please come walk around and talk to the businesses. Between post-pandemic recovery, inflation, crime, vandalism, gunshots, businesses closing, storefronts sitting vacant, and tax rising, there are real everyday challenges facing our downtown. I'm sure most of you have seen myself and my staff now wear bulletproof vests and combat helmets. Things that could not get more serious. Why are we adding more layers of regulation right now without first addressing the urgent issues? I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
You beat me, Mr. Kesh. I was just about to jump in. Thank you for that. Are there any questions for Mr. Kesh? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll now call upon Orhan Karim to speak. lectern is yours.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, staff, Mr. Mayor, great mayor, and council. The reason why I'm up here is because this is a very concerning designation for us in the downtown core. I just want to quickly mention, we have a family here, the Lupia family, who's one of the starting and founding people who retrofitted buildings in the downtown core. We've been friends for almost 40 years. The late Fiore Lupia was the guy who started this. We have Mrs. Lupia here, we have Gabe, we have Tony, we have Anita, and we have Lisa. They're here because this is very concerning, including myself. When my father came downtown in 1987, I learned a lot in that time, but I also learned a lot from my neighbors who were older and had already been there in a long time. Mr. Lupia was one of them. So, we'll go back to why are we doing this? I don't see any gain. I see nothing but extra costs. Between my mother and myself, this is jeopardizing our livelihood. This is jeopardizing my livelihood currently, okay? This is added cost to me currently. If I renew my insurance next year, there is also a situation where they asked me to extend my insurance from a year to a year and a half because of the time delay that is a part of the heritage situation, okay? So they asked me to do now a year and a half, not a year anymore because of this heritage stuff. Once this goes through, we're going to be designated heritage and an extra premium that is quite significant. So now you're jeopardizing my livelihood currently, my potential future and my mother's pension or retirement, or my retirement for that matter. This is so disappointing when you wind up having yourselves as counselors being voted in. When you guys are voted in, you're voted in with the most votes. You're not voted in with the least amount of votes. And this is no different. We have 90+% of people that do not want this. They are loud and clear. Can you guys hear me? Loud and clear that they don't want it. I don't want it. I don't want to jeopardize the downtown in any way, shape, or form with all the issues that we have socially right now are off the charts. I came down here as a 17-year-old kid, and now I'm a 56-year-old man this month. And I'm looking at the stuff that's going on, and it's not getting better. Thank God, by the blessings of the downtown Performing Arts Center, the Maritan Center, and a few amazing shops and restaurants that we've got downtown. Otherwise, it would be a complete disaster, okay? You have no idea. If you don't understand me, come for a walk. I'll take you for a tour. I will close my store anytime, anywhere, and I will take you, the staff, counselors, or anybody here who's listening, even the people that are in the back benches here. I will gladly take you around. Thursday or Friday last week, well, guess what happens? Shooting in the middle of the afternoon, lunchtime. SWAT team shows up. What an impressive sight to see in the downtown core. And we're worrying about heritage. We're worrying about silly things that do not add value to us being in the downtown core. I'm sorry, this is just wrong, okay? This is not working. I chewed up so much of my time. Even Gabe, how much time did we spend? Charvin, how much time did we spend on this? Ramsey, how much time did we spend on this? Multiple hours and days on this stuff. For what? For a designation that hurts us? It's not a designation that helps. I would have never came up here, but this is so important to me to make you guys understand, all you guys. Caleb, you should understand this. Robin and these other, Caleb, you guys should understand the pain and suffering that is going on to us, okay? It's frustrating that I can't communicate with you guys. I just don't understand what else to tell you anymore. The facts are in the papers, black and white, from professionals. These are not amateurs, these are professionals. They understand exactly what the consequences are, and nobody's listening. Only a handful are. This is frustrating. Okay? Do I have everybody's attention now? Do you think this is fun to be up here and talk about this? And plead to please stop this? Fix the downtown. We got big social issues in front of us. I can see it daily. The situations are daily now with problems, significant problems. These are not little problems. You guys need to rethink this. And I want to say thank you for our mayor. He's a great guy. And I want to say thank you to the staff. I know a bunch of you guys. And I also want to say thank you to the council for listening to me. And thank you for your time. And I appreciate the audience listening to me as well, especially the Standard reporter.
All right.
I always appreciate the Standard. Thank you.
Thank you, Orhan. Are there any questions or comments?
Thank you very much.
All right, seeing none, thank you. I'll now call upon Daniel Skinner to speak. The lectern is yours, sir. The lectern is yours.
Thank you. And thank you. Coming today because I was away on holiday on June 9th and could not address council at that particular point in time. So I will speak to Alderman Kushner's concerns. A bit of background, my wife Anita and I currently own and reside in a property within the HCD study area at 65 Queen Street, and have lived in St. Catharines for over 50 years, all of which have been in the downtown area. The newest house we have ever owned was built in 1926. And we own historic buildings because we like living in them. And frankly, I would rather live in a historic home that was not designated rather than one that was. To appreciate this sentiment, all you have to do is watch the British TV show Escape to the Country and listen to the number of escapees who want a nice historic home, but they want one that isn't listed. We have treated our older homes with respect, restoring them or renovating, soliciting input from past owners, and even displaying old pictures of them in the house like resident ghosts. The four buildings that we own now are 19th century outside and 21st century inside. And like most owners of older homes, we have restored them of our own accord. No one has legislated our behavior. And I think this is an affinity that all historic homeowners share. Further to Councillor Kushner's request to have staff clarify certain aspects of the downtown HCD study, I would like to propose that Council approve option 5, which is do not prepare an HCD plan and implement alternate approaches rather than entertain partially designating a sub-area. We are proposing this for several reasons. At the June 9th council meeting, Brian Nari mentioned how other HCDs in the city have received support from the majority of property owners. This study has not. According to Kat Dodge, the executive director of the St. Catharines Downtown Association, and Hugo at the Greater Niagara Chamber of Commerce, they stated that the majority of property owners, not only within the St. Paul sub-area, but the study area as a whole, are not in favor of designating downtown or any sub-area as an HCD. Another delegate at that meeting talked about the great influx of visitors to Port Dalhousie brought on by its legislated heritage conservation. Will implementation of this study lead to having a sub-area occupied by guests of STRs, short-term rentals, rather than long-term residents? Many tourism-centric European cities are barring STRs entirely due to the lack of long-term accommodation for their citizens. Do we want downtown to become a Disney-fied attraction with false facades, or do we want it to be a place where locals live, work, play, and shop? Do we want a bunch of retail shops hawking souvenirs and trinkets, or do we want them purveying goods and services for an established population? Restricting development downtown could have this effect. Historically, St. Catharines is a city with a working population. It is not a tourist attraction. Our local economy is not on a firm footing, and further restrictions on its expansion will just be another nail in our coffin. And as Oren said, these are not times for council to be meddling in vanity projects that do nothing to better the economic well-being of the community at large.
All right, thank you, Mr. Skinner. Are there any questions for the presenter? All right, seeing none, thank you. I'll now call upon David Cooperman to speak. Mr. Cooperman, the lectern is yours.
Thank you. A little slower these days. Back surgery will make you use a cane and so on, but I'm still running around and active downtown. Mayor Cisco, councilors, senior staff. My name is David Cooperman. I'm the president of Cooperman Real Estate and related companies located at 8 Church Street, downtown St. Catharines. First of all, this proposed possible new name, Historical Core Preservation Area Plan, per Councilor McPherson's perhaps adjustment, is just another name for Downtown Heritage Conservation District. It's all the same, and remember, once it's passed, it's there forever. The Historic Core Preservation Area Plan focuses on demolition. They want to do demolition only. I will suggest to you that you don't need a heritage district, or an HCPAP as I call it, solely for demolition. It can be achieved now through existing demolition permits through the Building Services Department, which can introduce and create a new bylaw for demolition regulations. Interiors. We're told that the new designation will not affect interiors. However, contrary to the information that I received from the consultants, let's take an example of an old building with a 100-year-old beautiful oak stairway, or a building that has one of the old elevators, the brass fronts come along. Well, then, present heritage regulations will apply. Contributing to building new buildings, I want to know what a contributing building is. I don't know what a contributing building is. In other words, new developments will be at the discretion of the Heritage Department, even though it may be unreasonable with the developer and becomes totally economically unfeasible. One previous speaker told about receiving some grants for his facade. And I do know, because I've done extensive work with the MPAC, Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, and how do you justify, after receiving some minimal grants, his taxes went from $500 to $1,200. You are at the whim of MPAC. Remember, we are dealing with a mercantile business district. This is nearly all commercial, not residential. Yates Street, North Queen Street, Power Glen, Part Dalhousie, mainly are residential. This is the main business core of downtown, of the city. Pursuant to 2 public meetings and ongoing dialogue with over 95% of property owners, tenants, they've banded together and loudly and frequently voiced their grave concerns about making this any kind of heritage district. Some are even questioning, with a new heritage district, do they want to continue downtown? Make no mistake, builders, developers, and new investors do not like heritage areas. More than a few businesses and property owners have been told that in the event a heritage district is placed, there is an appeal process to the Ontario Land Tribunal, This will be costly to the city and all involved and may take a long time to resolve. We are all interested in the older buildings downtown. However, we must work together to achieve both business investment, expansion, as well as building preservation. May I humbly suggest, after more than 75 years of my family's involvement downtown, we want to abandon the heritage designation and create a meaningful committee or task force with all the stakeholders, businesses, the city, and those wanting to preserve the older buildings all working together. Those with a vested interest in our downtown want to see an economically viable future, making our downtown inviting, interesting, and a great place to visit, work, shop, together with keeping our past. Please, please say no to an entire downtown heritage district. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cooperman. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the presenter, Mr. Cooperman. You've followed this process the entire time. Were there any obstacles in being heard, and how did you find this whole process? Were you able to interact with staff? Was there surveys that you could fill out?
Well, let's be candid about the survey, and now that you brought that up. There was a survey for downtown only for visitors, for businesses and those that own property downtown. You couldn't get into the survey. There were problems with the survey. I personally tried 7 times to get into that survey, and I couldn't. What was indicated, what is your street number? What is your street? What is your city? I filled it out. I couldn't get in, I couldn't get in. It wasn't until I spoke to a planner that said, you've got to put your area code in. That was not rectified for a week or 10 days. There were a number of people that said to me, they tried to get into the survey and they couldn't, so they said the heck with it, and they didn't. So I think that some of the survey numbers are skewed.
Okay. And I guess once you realized the survey, did you have any luck when you did talk to the city? Or did you have any luck when you did talk to the city, and did they call you back, or did it take a few days?
Well, no, it took about a week before I got a call back, and was told it was going to be rectified within days, and it was a longer period than that they got back to me.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kushner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Matt Harris and I, after consultation with the mayor, are putting forward a motion that a Citizens Advisory Committee be formed to look at remedial action for the downtown problems. Have you any comment on that?
I would applaud that. You've got a number of people that would volunteer, people that are qualified, people that are experienced, people that will have great input to that, and I applaud you.
Thank you.
Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to the presenter, we've received numerous emails on this topic, as I'm sure you're aware, and there's been a theme here in a number of them about trust in the city now being a major point of contention. Can you speak to trust? Because I'd like to think people can disagree without being disagreeable, and you can have alternate sides of opinion. But when you speak to trust, that word is a bit concerning to me. Where do you think that's coming from?
Well, unfortunately, this issue has become very divisive. You have people, a majority, over 95%. There was a Market Square meeting. There was one at the library where over 95% said, we don't want heritage. It's too many problems. There's too much of, once you get into a heritage district, now remember, if it's designated, you can't stop it. It's there forever. We haven't even got into the insurance and the financial situation. If I may take a few minutes, let's deal with the financial. I can't disclose who I deal with, but I spoke to one of the top 20 guys at this bank in Toronto. He had a very simple title, head of commercial banking, Canada. And he said to me, don't be naive to think that our bank is going to be against heritage. But let me assure you, when you apply for financing, the criteria will be different. Heritage designations will probably be at a higher rent, at a higher rate. The criteria will be, and we probably won't give you the normal, a lot of developers get 75 to 80% financing. We may give you 50%. And in some cases, we want a personal guarantee, which we didn't want before. That's the financial. The insurance companies are very similar. Remember, insurance companies, their rates are based on risk. What is the risk for a non-heritage property and a heritage property? They know that it is more expensive to replace costs on a heritage than a non-heritage. And you know what? You're going to have higher interest rates. You're going to have higher criteria. And we know of 3 of the major insurance companies of Canada, they want nothing to do with commercial. And I say commercial because that's what we're talking about downtown, commercial. They want nothing to do and will not partake of commercial heritage properties.
Well, thank you. So just because trust is a long-term relationship, and I'd like to think business is going to have to go on after tonight, right? And developers' relationships with City Hall will continue. So my fear is just that trust would be undermined ongoing, and I hope that's not the case.
It's going to be a lot tougher.
And just how polarizing this topic has become, it's very difficult. I'd like to think people aren't either pro-heritage or pro-business development. I'd like to think we're all pro-both. And
listen, the process, I've been in the commercial real estate and development business for over 45 years. And the process, notwithstanding regulations that the province has brought some in, the city's brought some in, where we did a project 10 years ago, let's say we had 25 steps to go through. Mm-hmm. If we do one today, there's 55 steps to go through. So we need that trust from city staff. And by and large, city staff is cooperative. Sometimes they're bound by rules and regulations. And overall, it's more and more difficult with impediments, roadblocks. So is there trust in the city? If I didn't trust the city, I wouldn't be here. So the answer to that is hopefully yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. And thank you, Mr. Cooperman, for your presentation.
Thank you.
At this time, I will call upon Heather Foss to speak. Ms. Foss, the lectern again is yours.
Okay, go. Here is a summary of how we got here tonight to this contentious decision that you need to make. The rich history of this city, which many have already spoken about, of course. Then there's the tower. At that divisive time, you were either pro-tower or anti-tower. In this case, some may argue there are also 2 clear sides, pro-heritage and anti-heritage. But I don't think so. I think the business community has been trying to say tonight that because they are pro-business, that of course is the business community's narrow mandate. So therefore, those in support of preserving and enhancing the St. Paul Street streetscape and downtown must be anti-business or anti-development. This is not the case either. Don't be fooled. What the Stantec report and your city staff and all of the people with a long-term view of this city are all telling you is that you can be pro-heritage and pro-development. By voting in support of the staff recommendation, Read the statements in support on your desk from people across this city who are all stakeholders in downtown. 88 James, the Old Russell Hotel, the Welland House, to name a few downtown. GM and the General Hospital too. They all had amazing architecture. All of them are vacant lots today. Even the old YMCA is still just a parking lot. Some have been torn down with the promise of intensification, but nothing happens. I also am pleased to see that things are moving in a better direction by evidence tonight. Many developers, though, have stood right here with pretty PowerPoints and promises that have not been kept. Be bold, open your mind, and do your job, which is to represent all of the citizens of St. Catharines. When Councillor Kushner made the referral motion on June 9th, he effectively paused the main motion and narrowed the conversation to St. Paul Street. But, and I respectfully ask you to ask staff for confirmation on this point, your decision tonight is your one golden opportunity to vote for an HCD. And you decide what form that will take. I remind you that your decision tonight will be your decided path forward, and the main motion will not be revisited. Approving a heritage district tonight is just step one. Step two is to engage with all of the stakeholders, businesses, residents, property owners, to create a plan. We don't need a task force, we need a plan, but first you have to do this tonight. A plan for downtown. The fear-mongering that has been spread is concerning. Ask yourself what the motivation is. I implore you to look beyond the flurry of emails and phone calls that you have been dealing with for the last few weeks. I remind you that according to the report, a heritage district downtown exemplifies the city's own strategic pillars. It does it all. Economic prosperity, mentioned in the first presentation tonight, social well-being, environmental stewardship, and cultural vibrancy. It's all there. Your job is to do what is best for the entire community. Step back and look at the big picture. Be bold. Approve a heritage conservation district tonight, not a watered-down pandering to who knows what special interests. Tonight, you can approve any one of the Stantec recommendations. You have your well-researched staff recommendations. If I were you, I would be voting in favor of option 4 for the 3 districts to be consecutively implemented. I wish Carlos Garcia were here to provide his sage input, but you already know what he would say. Remember that you authorized this report. St. Catharines can have both a downtown that builds on those vacant lots and retains the unique character of our curvilinear streetscape. Again, first, approve a heritage district or districts tonight. Second, the community creates a plan, which I would equate to the newly proposed task force idea that's just been presented. But it should be done this way. Once there is a plan, then stakeholders and investors will transform those vacant lots into a more cohesive downtown. The new builds can be tall buildings, commercial, residential, mixed use, like already exists downtown. No one is asking to prohibit towers or development for downtown, so be not afraid. What the people are simply asking for tonight is a vibrant downtown that tells the story of our city at street level, respects our past, the Indigenous Trail, Underground Railroad, mercantile roots, and period architecture, and embraces our future as the largest city in the Niagara region and a place where people want to live, work, and visit. I don't have a pretty PowerPoint, but I hope you can envision a street-level, charming, vibrant, bustling downtown. Oh, I sent you that email this afternoon from the St. Catharines Municipal Development Corporation. So that's what we need to do. Keep the integrity. We can have fake heritage, just like Niagara on the Lake, but we need to keep that structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foss. I have Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Voss, for your presentation. It's much appreciated. Thank you for being here tonight. Part of your comment was in regards to economic prosperity, but some of the concerns, and they are factual. The insurance rates will go up. They will need to hire specialized contractors. These aren't myths. These are facts. If they do want to get some type of loan, they may and most likely will need to go to B lenders where they find higher interest rates. MPAC will most likely reassess. I'm sorry,
did you have a question? Sorry.
I'm just getting to the, thank you. I'm just wondering with all of that, knowing that the costs go up, just wondering what, if you were a property owner in the downtown would you be concerned about those costs escalating?
I am a property owner downtown.
Sorry, I wasn't aware.
And sorry?
No, I didn't know, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I am a property owner downtown in a heritage building. I also own a heritage building residentially. So 1876, happy birthday next year. I guess your question, when just everything that you just said, it's true. Like the part that I find concerning about the whole insurance topic is I hope that everyone downtown already has insurance, because your buildings are still old today. So if you have insurance, they really are just one day older tomorrow if something is approved. So I don't really, I mean, I have insurance on my buildings. It doesn't make sense that, it just, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you.
But sorry, you had a few other points, but
No,
you were sort of reiterating what was
Yeah,
up
sorry,
there.
just to sum it up.
I'm happy to respond to them, but I just can't, I'm
just
getting
to
old, I can't remember. So it
no,
was the insurance?
Just the cost, like the costs are certainly going to increase.
Well, no, I
that's a
don't think they are certainly going to increase, to answer your question. That's the whole thing. It's the other way. The economic pillar, the reason it's an economic pillar, part of that is because it's successful all across Ontario, all across the world. People want to go where there is a sense of place. People don't want to go to just the geography of nowhere. So we have this unique, internationally known street, if we're focusing on St. Paul Street, but we have lots of beautiful gems. We have lots of buildings that have been torn down. And there have been buildings torn down in heritage districts. So the root of it, like I tried to say, is about the history of the city, because we were a beautiful heritage city and we modernized in the 70s. But now you look at Thorold, who, were kind of maybe stymied a little bit in the 80s, 90s, but now they have a lot of their smaller street is preserved. So they are building on those ideas, and that can be done in downtown St. Catharines. So it's when you say will and it will go up, I don't agree. I mean, I have insurance today, and I don't think my rate goes up tomorrow.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Any other questions from councillors? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Ms. Foss, for the presentation. At this time, I will call upon Susan Fortino to speak. Ms. Fortino, the lectern is yours.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, and fellow citizens, I'm here, I'm here tonight to speak in support of the city planning staff's recommendation regarding the Downtown Heritage Conservation District study. I've been a resident of St. Catharines all my life, with the exception of short periods away for education and work, and I've always been a supporter of the downtown area of the city. I share the passion that was spoken of earlier by Joanne Atkinson. But I'm bringing a little bit of a different perspective to you tonight, because my family owns a business property in a heritage district. And we've owned that property for 45 years. And I'm speaking of the Yates Street Heritage District. And as Mrs. Foss referred to in her presentation, I'm here tonight basically because I have been concerned about the fear-mongering that has gone on about this issue. I think it's really important to make decisions with facts. And I think it's really important that council be leaders in this community. First, I'd like to talk about, seeing as how this has been raised a number of times, insurance. Our insurance did not go up 1 cent when the Yates Street district was designated. But we have always paid a high insurance premium because we have an old building. We have a beautiful building on the outside and the inside, which we have preserved. This is also true for maintenance and repair. It does not cost us anything more to maintain our building or repair it because it is in a designated heritage area. And there are guidelines that tell us what we can and cannot do that specifically relate to the exterior of our building, but not to the interior. Again, those additional costs are because our building is over 100 years old. And the cost to replace anything, if it goes wrong, is high and does require specialized services. But we've been able to find those people, and we have found that their prices have not been that exorbitant. Otherwise, we wouldn't have existed in business for 45 years. It also was mentioned somewhere, I believe it was in the presentation that was made by the Chamber of Commerce, of which we have been a long-time member, that it could affect the tenancy of buildings, who you can have as a tenant. We've always had tenants. We have 3 spaces that we've rented for 45 years. We've never had an issue. And there's nothing in the Yates Street Heritage Guidelines that speaks to tenancy. I went to business school. And one of the first things that I was taught is look for the real issue when there's a problem. There might be many problems, but look for the real issue. And following this line of thinking, I come to the conclusion that the real issue that has caused so much division in this community is the issue of redevelopment and demolition. And I will be honest with you and tell you that the issue of demolition is in the Yates Street guidelines. And if and when the time comes to sell our property, we will have to, if demolition ever became an issue, we will have to follow many more procedures than other properties.
All right, Ms. Fortino, your time has come to an end.
Did you say that my time is up?
Yes.
Pardon?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay. Are there any questions for Ms. Fortino? Councillor Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the presenters this evening. You've mentioned that your property...
I'm sorry, I am a little hearing disabled. Can I just come a little bit closer so I can...
Sure. I'll speak louder. I'll try to speak louder for you as well. You mentioned that you live in or own a heritage property right now, and that it is restrictive on what you can do on your exterior, but not on your interior. Were the restrictions very difficult to deal with when you were trying to upgrade or change anything on the exterior of your property?
I'm sorry, what's the decision?
Was it difficult to make changes or to do repairs on the exterior of your building?
No, it was not difficult at all. We've maintained the property in its original condition, and we continue to do that. But if we chose to make changes, which some have to be done for business We have health regulations we have to follow, for example, but it's in the interior. So we've had no issues with that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, thank you, Ms. Fortino. Thank you for your presentation. I'll now call upon Mark Avedizian to speak. The lectern is yours, sir.
Oh, yeah, you save the best and the shortest for last, right?
There we go.
I enjoyed it. Thank you, sir.
It's the nicest quality about our lectern. It goes up and down.
I got Bruce holding the door, Mark helping the podium. Anyway, thank you, Mayor Cisco and council and everybody out in the grandstands tonight. My name is Mark Avedizian. I've been a business and property owner in downtown St. Catharines since May 30th, 2003. At the time, I was very excited to be part of downtown. It was just vibrant. It was great, okay? Of course, things have changed with economics, COVID, and everything. Now, I'm going to get to, because I'm not sure what we were supposed to follow, but I am going to get to the one item here on the potential for a smaller HCD. And I do want to thank council for all receiving any of my correspondence the other day. Okay. Item 70% is not a smaller district. It's just the start of making it 100%. There is no benefit to any size district. This is a business district where the owners make their living, okay? These are commercial and business properties, okay? They are not residential. That's a big difference. 70%, to me, the only acceptable size district would be 0% in the downtown business commercial district. The council and staff need to work with the businesses and property owners to revitalize the downtown business district, not decimate it. Okay? You will not get any development, business opportunities, or property investment. Okay? Nobody wants to buy in a business district a heritage property. And I'm speaking 40 years, real estate. I've been doing mortgages for almost the same. My tenants are insurance brokers, one of the largest in Ontario, and her husband owns a Desjardins, which I'll get to that in a second. The property owners, business owners, newer and older, would be hurt financially in both terms of the value of their business, property and business. Why would anyone want to hurt downtown property and business owners? I am asking council to think very hard on their decision, and heard that over 90% do not want a heritage district. Vote against downtown heritage and help the future of the downtown St. Catharines and not the demise, okay? Downtown Thorold, they did it on an individual volunteer basis. They are not a district, okay? And their downtown has come along just fine. Originally, we were talking about if somebody in downtown St. Catharines would want to do it on an individual volunteer basis, we'd be okay with that, okay? That's fine. But you can't do it. It just doesn't, it's not going to work, okay? For a blanket district or ramming it down our throats, okay? We're going through tough times right now, okay? I'd like everybody to come down on a Friday and Saturday night about 10 o'clock and see what goes on downtown. The chaos has to stop. We have to clean up our downtown now and our present before we move to the future, okay? You're going to have more vacancies. Back an insurance issue. In speaking with the insurance, if it goes heritage, Wawanesa, Aviva, Intact, Desjardins, they're a direct write-up, they won't even touch heritage. Those are the three largest. Economical is another company. They won't even touch it, okay? They will turn it down, and that's coming from brokers and there. So and I have facts for this, okay? Also, mortgages. I've been doing this for before I was born almost, okay? Rates will be higher, okay? Speaking to a good friend of mine, VP Bank of Montreal Lending, he said, we won't touch it. It is difficult to get financing on a commercial downtown property and always has been, okay? When I was doing the mortgages, we would say, maybe we'll give you 50%. That was back then. Now goes Heritage. It's going to be even tougher. You're probably looking about say if someone wants $500,000, you're going to look at a 2 or 3 point non-refundable fee. That's $10,000 to $15,000. You're going to look at a premium on the rate. You're going to look at environmental. You're going to look at all these different costs. Okay, you're probably at $25,000, $30,000 costs before you get a penny. We can't, and help us here. It's not going to work. 15 seconds. So I'm just asking you to help our downtown business and property owners. Okay, don't hurt us. Like, you know, I help our downtown. It's the core of this city. Okay, it's not residential, and I think that's what you really have to look at. Their business, commercial, and you know that's it. But thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Avedizian.
Thank you, Mr. Scuffle.
Are there any questions? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mark, for your presentation. My question is, I know Councillor Kushner and Councillor Harris have been talking about forming a committee rather than this heritage designation.
Sure.
Is that something that you feel would be an important step?
So you're forming a committee to do? I can't hear you.
To form a committee based on the local business residents from the downtown, if I'm correct. I haven't seen the motion yet, but I know Councillor Kushner and Councillor Harris have potentially putting that on the floor. Advisory committee to council.
Yeah.
Made up of the local business owners.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure. I think that's a great idea. Okay, but also, you know, please listen to us. Okay, we have the chamber voted against this, the Downtown Association, the Ontario BIA, and the Niagara Association of Realtors. There's probably between those organizations, what, 3,000 to 5,000 members, okay, that are against this, okay? And please listen to us. Help us here, okay? The taxes are not going to go down, okay? One day I may want to sell my building. To who? If I put it on the market and say it's it's heritage, are you kidding me? Like, are you going to buy it knowing it's a heritage and your value will go down? Please, like, answer this question, okay? Think logically, okay? It's not a benefit. There is no benefit to a heritage district in a downtown business and commercial district, okay? We go through enough challenges daily, okay? I had to put a cage around my air conditioning unit because someone stole my copper last year, okay? In the middle of summer, okay? That's about a $3,000 to $4,000 expense, okay? And we should not have to go through this. The damages we see every week on, you know where I'm coming from.
Thank you, Martin. No, look,
Thanks.
I appreciate your passion, and I share. And yes, I've been downtown, you know, after 9, and it's there's a lot of concerns that need to be addressed.
In the morning or at night?
At night. So, thank you. I appreciate your presentation.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor.
Bruce, I've known you 50 years. Any questions, Bruce?
Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your presentation. One question, or first question, is regarding, you mentioned that OBIA is against heritage districts, the Ontario BIA
Correct.
Association. I'm just curious, when did their stance change to be against heritage districts? Because as of 2022, when there was changes to Bill 23.
I do have an email lying around, and actually it was Mr. Cooperman had that email.
And that's from the Ontario BIA?
Correct. That's correct. Yes. And that was what, about a month ago, David? Correct. Okay. And we can forward that off to any of the council that would like to see that email.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the second question is, so do you believe that a heritage district will help or hinder the social issues downtown? Because a lot of what you were speaking of has to do with the social issues downtown rather than, you know, a heritage district. So I'm just curious if you think a heritage district will help or hinder the social issues that we're experiencing
The social
in the downtown.
issues are everywhere. But a heritage district, you're going to have more vacancy. People are going to close their businesses, okay? You're going to have a tougher time. If people can't afford to pay their insurance, which is going to go up probably 30 to 45%, I've been told, okay? Your financing, people are going to be selling or just closing down, okay? So the social issues will get worse if it goes heritage.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Mr. Avedisian.
Thank you, Mayor Cisco.
At this time, we are through the delegations. Can I have a motion to receive the delegations? Councillor Lindell. Oh, sorry. Councillor Ratzlaff, did you have something?
Yeah, I just had a quick question for the previous presenter, sorry.
Oh, okay, Mr. Avedisian, I'm sorry. We're going to ask you to come back up. Councillor Ratzlaff has a question. Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Through you, just quick questions. I just know that there are a number of heritage buildings already that are already designated and have a heritage designation in our downtown. About 100 of them in and around St. Paul Street. All those will be losing their heritage designation as of 2027, or most of them, because we just can't afford to continue them on the registry. But so I'm wondering, like, when they lose that designation, do you
You what?
So Councillor Ratzlaff, you seem to have dropped out. I just wanted to clarify with planning staff. He's mentioning the heritage registry. Are those properties designated?
So through the mayor, the Bill 23 has to do with listed properties, and those properties will lose their listed status at the end of next year.
That wasn't my question.
Okay,
My
apologies.
question was, those properties that are listed on the heritage registry, are they considered designated properties?
No, they are not. They are listed. There's two tiers essentially.
Yes, and I just wanted, for clarity, because I wanted Councillor Ratzlaff, I want to make sure our language is very specific. The properties you're referring to are registered, they are not designated.
Right, but the ones that are designated will eventually fall off as they have to be relisted every 2 years.
No, Councillor, the buildings that are designated under Part 5 of the Heritage Act would, Part 4 of the Heritage Act. Part 5 is the district, right? Part 4 is for individual designations. Those properties maintain their designation. The properties that are on the Heritage Registry, that is what has been affected, as was just mentioned. I'm trying to keep this in track. Those properties that are registered are not designated. It is a different tier, and so they would fall off the registry.
Yeah, but moving forward, what we've been told by staff is we'll have to hire significantly more staff to do the work of continuing maintaining that list and those houses that are, or the properties that are designated on it. Correct, and that's what will cause a significant rise in prices.
So, Councillor, I appreciate it, but you keep using the word designated. And those properties are not designated, they are registered. And I'm sure that seems like it's a quibble, but these are very specific words with specific designations and specific definitions under the Heritage Act.
Yeah, no, I understand. I'm talking about the ones that are designated.
That are registered.
Right.
Okay.
So do you want my answer?
Yes.
Okay. I had received a letter January 28th, 2022, putting my property on a proposed listing for heritage. It's a proposed listing. When I got my insurance, she said, "Oh, you're on a heritage list." I said, "No, it's a proposed listing." So all the properties here, either this is a heritage registry update, which I've got here. Those properties aren't designated. You've talked about this 100 properties, about going to cost a lot of money to go out and put them on this thing, put them on the district. It would probably be very, very inexpensive to go to the 100 owners and ask if they want their property on the list, okay? And just simple, bring them in, do that. That would be a very simple procedure. And if the advisory board for downtown that they want to create would like help with that, I volunteer as much as I can, so.
Excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Mr. Avedisian. Thank you, Mr. Cisco. All right, at this time, we do have a motion to receive the delegations. We did have a mover and a seconder, correct? Okay, so Councillor Lindell, Councillor Harris, all those in favor? Opposed? And that is carried. So we move on now. There is a recommendation in the report. It has already been moved and seconded. It was moved by Councillor Lindell. It was seconded by Councillor Williamson at the last meeting. That recommendation is on the screen at this time. So, councillors, nobody spoke at the last meeting, which is good. It means everybody has reserved their ability to speak to the motion this evening. I will be limiting everybody to one opportunity to speak. It is 9:40. We are going to have to call for a curfew extension in about 15 minutes. So everybody has one opportunity. Councillors are limited to 5 minutes to speak, which is what the procedural rules say. And we will start with Councillor Kushner.
Oh. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've heard a lot of interesting things, a lot of ideas that we should pursue. For example, focus on priorities. That's what matters. Secondly, not a blanket heritage area. Thirdly, a new bylaw for demolition of properties. Fourthly, decision-making with facts. And I've also heard loud and clear from the business community that they can't afford any increases. And the increases, of course, are debatable, but they're stretched out. They can't afford anything. And I believe them. And we're supposed to be a compatible city, a compassionate city. Compassionate, and being compassionate, we should also be compassionate to the people downtown who are struggling in their businesses. So I will not be supporting it, and later Matt Harris and I will be making a motion that a Citizens Advisory Committee be established, and we've got a lot of ideas for that committee from tonight. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Kushner. Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Certainly tough to follow up on the longest serving councillor in Canadian history, Councillor Kushner. But I will echo Councillor Kushner's concerns. I have taken the time to run through and go through the data, speak to business owners in the downtown core and hear their concerns. And I do hear their concerns. And yes, there will be a cost. And yes, I do agree that they are running on very thin margins right now in the downtown core. It's not as busy as probably it once was. But I do understand as well and appreciate the protection of heritage. So I do like the concept that Councillor Kushner and Councillor Harris are bringing, how they're will be bringing forward a committee, and we'll be supportive of that. I will not be supporting the designation of the heritage downtown, but happy to support having an advisory committee to council to continue the conversations on how we do preserve and protect the heritage features in the downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Townsend. Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to have some questions for staff. First, there's been some discussion about what led us down this path, and Bill 23 by the Ford government has necessitated us, forced our hand to come up with some kind of response, and our response was to go to a consultant and have staff work on this very expensive report with the supporting all the recommendations that we had in there. I just wonder if the planning staff could maybe just give us a little summary, because there seems like there's been some various positions taken on the system of heritage, the regime that we had in place, and the necessity to make these changes, and what our options are. And I'll have some more detailed questions in that vein.
Yes,
so Mr. Mayor.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So you're correct that Bill 23 was the catalyst for this for the Heritage District study. Prior to that, St. Catharines really had a history of listing properties. We had 150 or 160 or so properties that were listed. 100 of those were downtown, and that was working quite well because listing actually the only kind of encumbrance that it puts onto a property owner is restrictions on demolition. And we very rarely had people coming forward with demolition requests, and so listing was actually viewed as a tool that was working very well, and it was causing property owners actually to have to rethink what they would like to do with their properties if they had different ideas for it. We did have conversations over the last 5 years since I've been here with property owners who thought about potentially demolishing their property, and the listing was a deterrent. Then Bill 23 comes in, and we have to find a new strategy because all of those properties will lose their listed status at the end of next year. At the time, we had a 2-year runway. They were already supposed to be removed late last year. The province extended that by 2 years, giving us a little bit more time, which is why we were able to do a lot more consultation work with the BIA, with downtown property owners. That's why we're coming to you now rather than this time last year. And that's why this study took about 1.5 years to do. And so at this point going forward, if the HCD, which is the motion that's up front, were to proceed, we would essentially go to a plan phase. So there's discussion about some unknowns about what the policies or guidelines might look like. That's the intention of the plan phase. The goal there is to essentially discuss with property owners, with the BIA, with stakeholders to find a solution for the downtown that works for everybody. If the HCD were not to go forward, essentially we would be running up against a timeline of about 1.5 years now, where at the end of next year, the 100 downtown properties that are listed will lose their status, and those properties will be eligible for demolition. So from a staffing perspective, we have one heritage planner on staff. They have kind of a full slate of work already on their plate. As part of our staff report last month, we said that we would commit to trying to designate individually about 10 properties. We would have to pick basically the best ones in the downtown and try to designate those individually and work with the property owner to see if it's amenable. And essentially, though, we wouldn't be able to do much beyond that without additional resources. I mentioned last month when I spoke to council, the individual designation process is onerous. It takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of resources, and we just simply don't have those at the moment. So I hope that answers your question.
Even for those that are already listed, it's onerous?
Yes, through the mayor to the councillor, yes, because essentially what you're having to do is do a lot of research on a property. You're trying to find out if that property meets the criteria for designation under the Heritage Act.
But, sorry, but I didn't mean to interrupt you, but haven't they already gone through?
No, because for listing, they only potentially have to meet that. There just has to be a desire from council to suggest that a property might meet that criteria. Okay. And so in the past, those properties could be added without having to go through the rigorous kind of evaluation that you would expect from a designation. That's why listing was working so well. It was something you could do quickly, and it was something that you could do. We were often bringing forward, up to a dozen at a time to be able to get them protected.
Okay. Do the people who own those listed properties, did they complain about insurance rates and other issues that we've heard about tonight?
So through the mayor to the councillor, we have about 1,000 heritage properties in the city. We've heard from maybe about a half dozen or so since I've been at the city about insurance issues. We essentially, every time that has come up, we've provided a letter which outlines what the expectations are from the city, because there's a lot of misunderstandings from the insurance industry about what the expectations are around heritage properties. So for example, there is, for some reason, the idea that we would expect that a property owner in the event of a loss would have to build everything brick by brick to make it look exactly as it had before. And we simply know that's not the case. And we have an example of it down the road with the Welland House, where there was no expectation that they would rebuild that building to look exactly as it had before. So we outline that in our letters. We also let them know that things like maintenance, things like upgrades, that very rarely do we have concerns about those, and that property owners are allowed to make those changes without any concerns from heritage staff.
Okay, there's also the suggestion that we could change our demolition bylaw. Would that be, is that a potentiality, or could that be an effective tool to preserve the buildings that we need to have preserved?
So through the mayor to the councillor, so it would not essentially, we don't have the ability through the demolition bylaw to have the same status as a heritage protection would. The Heritage Act is very strong and allows council to control what a property owner would be able to do in the event of they wanted to, let's say, demolish.
Okay, thank you. And it was also suggested by the representative of the real estate industry that it wasn't the provincial government's intention to, was their intention to create opportunities for intensification and make changes and be more, I guess, laissez-faire as opposed to having some protection for heritage buildings. Is there a possibility if we did, if the Heritage Conservation District did go through, that the provincial government could come in with in some fashion and undo it?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I mean, since municipalities are the creature of a province, I believe they would be able to have some say over that, but I don't know the complete answer to that, unfortunately. I'm not personally aware of any, or professionally aware of any heritage districts that have been removed by the province. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Well, we do have to act to preserve what we have. I think as well as the location of downtown, the heritage character is central to the future. I know, I recognize the struggle. I'm listening and I hear what has been said. And I'm not sure, and being around here not quite as long as Councillor Kirchner, but a while, I can read the room somewhat, and I understand that there's some folks who are concerned about us going forward with a full designation, although that seems to be the best alternative that has been presented both by the outside consultant that we hired at great expense and by our professional and hopefully unbiased, of course, our unbiased planning staff. So I'll yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McPherson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple questions. One of the presenters talked about an unproven or a new methodology for heritage, and that it was an unproven system or methodology. Could staff comment on how just the general process for just determining contributing and non-contributing buildings?
Yeah, so through the mayor to the councillor, I'm not aware of what the speaker was referring to. There are well over, what's the number of heritage districts? There's at least 50 commercial heritage districts. There's triple digits in terms of the total number of heritage districts across the province. This is nothing, it's not something that's new to Ontario. In fact, St. Catharines has 4 of our own, and we were one of the leaders and one of the first early adopters in that area. So I'm personally not aware of what they might be speaking to. In terms of contributing versus non-contributing, they might be referring to that because some of the rules have changed with regards to the Heritage Act and what is considered, what qualifies as a heritage conservation district. And so in that case, essentially there's now a threshold. So you would look at any study area and at least 25% of the properties within that area must be considered contributing. Contributing means that they meet 2 out of 9 criteria under the Heritage Act. And essentially, as long as you have 25%, then any study area could then qualify. For example, the St. Paul district had 70%, so it almost tripled that. So perhaps that's what they were referring to. And yes, it is a new system in a way. And there's few communities that have been able to go through this process because those changes came in very recently.
Thank you. And with regards to, I know our planning department you're often at conferences and you're always learning more things. Do you have experience or knowledge, or have you spoken to other heritage planners or planners from other municipalities in regards to the impact that a heritage district or implementing a heritage district has had on the community and the because I know I think it's 50 plus, right? Because I know downtown Oakville is a heritage district, Port Hope is a heritage district, Collingwood's a heritage district. Has there been a negative impact on those downtowns since they became districts?
Yeah, so through the mayor to the councillor, I'm not aware of any where it's been overwhelmingly negative experience. We reached out to a number of BIAs as part of this project. The information is in the staff report. Virtually everybody said, no, this has actually been a positive experience for them. At worst, it's been a neutral experience. I think only one very tiny village near Lake Huron actually said that they were having troubles. Not sure what was going on there, but for the most part, the majority that we reached out to were having good experiences, in part because it made their downtown more vibrant. It kept property owners accountable and making sure that what your neighbor did with their property was good for your property as well, and it attracted people to their communities. And so generally, I think most communities, especially from a commercial perspective, feel that it's a positive experience. I haven't heard anything negative, at least. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And final question, then I just have a couple of comments. With regards to if the motion were to pass, the next steps, it would be correct me if I'm wrong, it would be the development of a plan that included community consultation, and there's no, at this point, prescriptive, or within the Heritage Act, it doesn't prescribe what the plan would look like or could look like or what would be in the plan itself. That would be a whole other process, correct?
Yeah, so through the mayor to the councillor, that's correct. There is no prescription within the Heritage Act that says what a heritage district must look like. It could be as kind of high level as do not demolish. It could be as restrictive as don't touch anything ever. I don't think anybody here would like to see that, but those are essentially the rules that you can create based on the feedback that you get from your community. For some communities, that's, they want something that's a little more strict, and other communities don't. And that's the great thing about heritage districts, actually, is it allows the community to decide what's right for them. And so we've seen that in St. Catharines. We see in Port Dalhousie, it's a little less restrictive. We see a lot of changes happen there. And then we see Yates Street, where not very many changes happen, and there are more restrictions because of the architectural qualities of the buildings. So we would fully expect that as part of the next phase, if it were to go to that direction, that we would work with the local community stakeholders, the downtown BA, to figure out what is a plan that looks right to them in order to ensure that everybody has success.
Okay, so just final question, and again, I'll just go to the comments after. So theoretically, a plan could simply be, before you demolish, you have to get a heritage permit. That's it.
Yeah, through the mayor to the councillor, yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of comments. I've probably spent I don't even know how many hours I've had in conversations, and I do understand the downtown business owners' concerns and worries, and yes, there are financial implications. I've done my own research and homework talking to various groups and organizations, including banks and insurance companies, so I think there's some conflicting information. But I want to say that prior to being on council, I was on the Heritage Committee for a very long time and was very proud of the work that we did. And that when you ask someone what makes downtown St. Catharines special, most of the time they say the buildings. The specialness of it is from the buildings, the brickwork, the historic storefronts, the sense that you're standing in place with the roots. Specifically along St. Paul Street, you can feel that history everywhere in the details, the craftsmanship, the stories behind the facades. The downtown study found more than 70% of the buildings on St. Paul to be contributing to its historic character. And I think that's a pretty significant number. And I know there's many who will disagree with that number, but I trust the consultants and I trust our staff. And many of the buildings that I'm speaking about are already listed on our heritage registry. And right now that just gives us an ability to delay demolition and consider. Unfortunately, as Councillor Williamson pointed out, under the new provincial rules, if those buildings aren't designated or we don't put in some kinds of protections by January 2027, they're going to lose all their protection. And this means that anyone could apply to demolish them, and the city would have no ability to stop it or even delay it. So to put it in some context, the buildings we're talking about are the St. Catharines Club, one of the oldest structures in the city. 88 St. Paul Street with its iconic pre-1852 ironworks. 101 St. Paul, built for the Canadian Bank of Commerce, 1913. And 325 to 331 St. Paul, they date back to 1850. In total, over 100 buildings on St. Paul Street meets the province's high bar for cultural heritage value. And once they're gone, they're gone. A heritage district does give us balance because it allows a community, us as St. Catharines, to come up with a made in St. Catharines solution. By no means, by supporting the district at this point, by no means does that mean it's done and dusted. We still would have probably a year of consultation. But it allows us to stop the permanent loss of these irreplaceable landmarks while supporting growth, revitalization, and property owner flexibility. And it isn't about freezing the past. It's about carrying forward so that future generations can walk these streets, feel the character, the beauty, and the identity that makes downtown St. Catharines unique. Because those buildings, St. Paul wouldn't be the same if they were gone, and we wouldn't be the same city. So while I do understand the concerns and the frustrations, I do believe that our downtown is worth saving. I've had conversations with many people from out of town and many urbanists, including Mr. Gil Penalosa, who was here, and he was absolutely gobsmacked by the beauty of our downtown. And Gil travels around the world, and he's a leading urban planner. And before, I didn't even ask him about whether it was a heritage, if he thought it was worthy of a heritage district or worth saving. And he spoke incredibly passionately about traveling to other countries and seeing their heritage streets and their heritage buildings and improving them and saving them and marking them. So as much as I understand, I also have heard from many, many, many residents. I realize that it's been said to me that they don't have skin in the game, but they live in the city. They shop in downtown. They live in downtown. They live in the neighborhoods. So they do have skin in the game. So I would just say that I'm supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McPherson. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of my first questions would be, how many downtown property owners have voluntarily called up the city in the last 5 years and said, hey, I want to be designated heritage property? Do we have a number for something like that?
Through the mayor to the councillor, I'm not aware of any where they've proactively called us to be designated downtown.
So so a property owner, a business property owner's not wanting to do this voluntarily because they know the implications of the costs and everything, and they don't feel that it's valid, and that's probably why they're not calling and volunteering to become designated. And then we heard from some of the residents in that, and I really believe that the residential heritage areas and the business areas are totally different birds. And I think we've heard that as well. You're living in a home and it's a heritage and you want to preserve that, and I get that. And as a business, it's different. The costs are different. Like you're maintaining a business. Public people are going through the property. There's more wear and tear in the building. There's just, it's not the same. You can't compare them in my opinion anyways. The people that buy these buildings downtown that came up here earlier, the David Coopermans and everything, they bought those buildings because of the heritage, and they've done preserving on their own, at their own costs, not to have to be told to do it. Part of the character of coming downtown and visiting the Merchant Ale House and Cully's and even Errol's Shoe Store is the ambiance and the history of the building. You're in there and you're experiencing the brick walls, the wooden floors, and those business owners know that, and that's why they're preserving that on their own dime, because that's what brings the people in. If they went in and painted everything white and covered it with drywall, I can go to a mall and see that. So they're doing that on their own dime and because they know the value, and that's what's bringing in their business. So I think to be told to have to do it, that's over governance, that's Big Brother, and I hate that over governing thing. So these people are fixing them up on their own. They don't need to be told to do that. The other thing, in recent history, or I don't know how far back you want to go, and I don't know everything here, but some of the big teardowns were done by government. The government tore down the old library to build the courthouse. The government tore down the buildings to build the Performing Arts Center. The government tore down a bunch of buildings to build the MTO. The government tore down the buildings to build the library. It wasn't private people tearing down these buildings. It was the government that did this. The government tore down all the historical buildings in the city, not the regular people. So, just go with that from there. Finally, I think we're elected to do what's good for the corporation, but also what a lot of the residents tell us to do. And when we're hearing a bunch of business owners, not just business, but the property owners don't want us to do this, why are we going to ram it down their throats when they don't want it done? That's not what you're elected to do, and you should be following what the residents voted you in to do. And that's just, it's wrong in so many ways. And as an elected official, most of the time we do what the people want, and it's beneficial to both. So to say, well, you guys, we have to do this and we're going to do this, and even though you don't like it, tough, it's just wrong, and I will not support a blanket designation.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Mako.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe because I'm the new...
Actually, Councillor Mako, I'm going to pause for 1 second. Can I get a motion to extend 10:30? Councillor Williamson, Councillor Dodge, all those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. I said 11, right? Extend to 11? Wonderful, good. I'm glad everybody heard that. Councillor Mako, that was not a comment on that. I thought you were going to speak for too long. It's just better to get it done now than
Appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe it's because I'm the new kid on the block coming in a bit late in this process, but I've tried really hard to read as much information on this topic as possible. The report was 816 pages. So there's a lot to digest, but a lot of hard work over the past, I think it's 18 months was put into this. So I'm trying very hard to understand both sides. And the delegations were very well prepared. So thank you to all of them for coming tonight and the last meeting as well. Under the section addressing key concerns, the number one listed there is insurance and financing, and that was highlighted by a number of the speakers tonight. Just a question for planning staff. You put a lot of effort into that section, insurance and financing. Could you speak a bit to your perspective there? Because what I heard from the commercial property owners is that the costs are significantly high, but reading the report, there's a bit of a disconnect there. So I'm just trying to understand from the city's perspective to those issues, insurance and financing. Could you just elaborate a bit, please?
I think as far as insurance goes, there has been this a really long-standing narrative that insurance and heritage conflict, or that there's an issue where heritage can affect your premiums. A number of people in the heritage industry and other industries have looked into this issue because they do hear it from property owners sometimes. All of their research shows that the issues that the insurers have are primarily with the age of the building and as we've said before, and with the level of it's more of like a language issue where how we use heritage and how the insurance industry uses heritage can be different. So when insurers talk about heritage, they're thinking of an old building and the issues associated with an old building. And when we designate something with heritage status, that is it's a different way of understanding heritage. So when we, as a city, talk to a broker or to an insurer about what the heritage status actually means and the misunderstandings around that, we're able to clarify those issues. So as a city, we provide the letters as we've been discussing, explaining what the heritage status means, that there are no requirements to rebuild exactly, that there if there are no requirements, say to, when doing maintenance, to use special materials in most cases, that doesn't apply to interiors. And when we're able to clarify those issues, the insurers are understanding, and they understand that difference in language. So most of the, talk about this a lot. As far as financing goes, this is a more of a new issue that has been brought to the heritage industry. And again, it's not something we've heard of in the past. We've looked into the research around it, and we understand, based on our understanding and the data that we're able to look to find, those issues are again connected more to the age of the building and to the unknowns related to restoring an older building and doing a development that involves older buildings and not necessarily the heritage status itself. So really what we're talking about are two different things, with the heritage meaning old building, or heritage meaning having formal heritage status.
Thank you, because I don't think any of us want to see anyone lose their jobs or more closed businesses on St. Paul Street because of this project. Even heritage supporters do not want to see that happen. So that's where I'm struggling a bit, is having two polar opposite views of the impacts of insurance and financing following designation. No, that's a bit where I'm struggling here, because we're hearing two totally different stories from the delegations.
Yeah. If we could find any data that said that, your insurance rates will go up if we designate, or if we could find any data that said your financing would become more difficult or more expensive, we would have presented that to council, and we would not have obscured that. There is no data that supports those statements that we can find and present to council.
Thank you. One just other question I had is, it's 816 pages, so I'm not suggesting it should have been any longer, but I didn't know if there could be any commentary from our Director of Economic Development, given the financial and economic development impacts. Just to the Director, did you review the report, or did you have a chance to comment just from our own city's economic development perspective? I was just curious about that.
Through the Mayor to the Council, I've read the report as well.
And did you have any highlights or impacts from your lens, which is different from a heritage lens?
It's certainly a balance, right? And I've met, and I think I've spoken to just about everyone in the gallery that has concerns with this. But it's certainly a very challenging report to bring forward and try to balance, I guess, progressive change with preservation. The downtown is suffering, there's no question. Rents aren't what they were, foot traffic's down, safety concerns, and then we layer on a new study that has polarized the community. So it's certainly a difficult decision that's in front of council, and one that I know you'll make the right one for.
Thank you.
Smell a political future in someone's path. Councillor Harris.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Senior Project Manager, how many demolition permits have been applied for in that area over the last 5 years? Like the proposed downtown heritage district?
So through the mayor to the councillor, do you mean with regards to heritage properties? Yeah. Or do you mean just in general?
Just in general, or heritage properties, whatever answer you can give me.
Yeah, so with regards to heritage properties, we haven't any formal applications. We've had conversations though with people and developers who have come up with ideas that involve demolishing buildings, and we've been able to use the listed status essentially as a card to say, no, we'd like to see that building retained as part of whatever you're planning to do in the future.
How many, have there been other demolition permits applied for that would perhaps be a heritage property or in the heritage district?
So through the mayor to the councillor, there have certainly been demolitions in the downtown.
But what were some of the reasons there was demolitions in the downtown over the last little bit?
Through the mayor to the councillor, fire obviously is a concern. We saw that with the Welland House. We saw that across the street with the property there. I'm not sure the address number, but yep. So and then we've seen with developments, of course, as well, such as Gord's Place, right? So we saw the demolition there because
with what?
With Gord's Place, with the property across the street from City Hall here.
So I guess my next question is, how would, like we all like going to the Performing Arts Center, If there was a heritage district, would the Performing Arts Center have been built since there was a heritage property there? I think there was 3 properties and one was a heritage property.
So through the mayor to the councillor, it would have been up to council to decide that. Ultimately, council would get final say as to whether or not a property should be demolished. And so if council felt that a Performing Arts Center was better for the community than the buildings that were there at the time, then council would have the ability to make that approval.
But it would be staff's opinion, like you would not recommend demolishing it.
I would, through the mayor to the councillor, it would depend on the properties. It would depend on whether they're contributing or non-contributing properties. There's some nuance there, so I can't speak to hypotheticals, but if they were lovely buildings, we might suggest that there'd be an alternative strategy.
I guess through the mayor to the senior project manager, typically staff never go against their own policies or any sort of policies we have. That's why I'm just asking you that.
Yeah, so through the mayor to the councillor, I think that would involve a lot of conversation. I think if you were looking at a really great property that everybody in the community really sees the value in, we would try to find a solution potentially to, whether it's incorporate that building into the new building, whatever that solution might be, we would probably at an early stage flag that for council and let them know that it's a property we would have interest in and that we think there's value in retaining it.
I'm going to jump in for a second, just let the CAO toss in because he wrote the report.
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, specifically to the Performing Arts Center, we did a robust feasibility study with that. It looked at various sites. The location did have a listed property on it. It was the Passfield mortuary property. And as part of that conversation in the heritage, there were certain elements of the building facade that were to be incorporated into the building and other things through the museum. So that's how that process worked, and staff brought that option forward. And that's ultimately what council decided.
Interesting trivia, actually, staff didn't bring that option forward.
Councillor Cisco
I brought
did.
that option forward. And if memory serves correct, actually, staff was a little bit opposed to it at the time. But we did manage to get the motion passed. And then the bricks disappeared.
Yep.
At some point over the course of
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess to the heritage planner, there's been a lot of talk about insurance and mortgages and financing and all that kind of stuff. You guys said there's no information out there. Did you guys actually contact any banks or insurance companies? And actually, they literally stated that there's no changes. 100% that's correct.
This is probably a better question for James because he's actually done that work, and earlier, you can explain the situation, yeah.
Through the mayor to the councillor. So we reached out to a number of entities in both insurance and finance, reached out to 2 different credit unions locally, had conversations with people relatively pretty high up at both companies to better understand the issue. Same thing with insurance. We talked to local insurers. We also spoke to the Insurance Board of Canada as well, and somebody high up there to be able to provide advice on heritage matters.
And they literally put it in writing that there's no change.
Well, so the issue is, through the mayor to the councillor, the issue is that there's so many variables. So every property is different. And so the idea that just labeling heritage is automatically going to cause something to happen isn't necessarily true. Every property is different, has different architecture, has different issues with it, different plumbing, different electrical, different roofing. There's lots going into that, right? And there's different owners as well. And so different owners might have more access to funding than others as well, right? So it wasn't definitive. We didn't see any specific data. We weren't given any specific data related to that. And I think that's because the variables are so broad.
Okay. So I guess through the mayor to the senior project manager, it's a little misleading saying there's no information out there because you don't really have any information. You've never really totally looked into it.
Well, through the mayor to the councillor, we went to the best sources we can, and if they had provided us with information that was definitive, we would have certainly put that out there for everybody.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor. I have nobody else on my speakers list. This is the last call for speakers. Yeah, sorry. Yes, no, just within the horseshoe. Councillor Dodge, did you have a question? Councillor Dodge?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This certainly is tough. you know? So I'm just a little bit confused, and I'm asking for clarification on this. There's you know, Councillor Kushner has said about starting a committee and trying to focus on, you know, resolving the issue that the business people have. And then we've also heard from the people that are very supportive of the heritage. And we have a motion on the floor. So is there some way that this could mesh so that everybody could somehow come to some sort of agreement and move forward with that?
I don't believe so. I will say Councillor Kushner is putting forward the idea, I believe, of this task force as opposed to the Conservation District in response to the concerns that have been raised. So I think that the two ideas are separate. I don't believe they can actually be married within one recommendation. I think we're either going to approve a Heritage Conservation District, in which case the planning work will be done through the Heritage Conservation District plan, or we will say no to the Heritage Conservation District, in which case we would have the committee that would come forward with other recommendations with an eye towards heritage.
Sorry, with the what?
With an eye towards heritage. I think that was the intention, is that whatever comes forward, that would be the intent of the committee. So I think they are separate. I think this, if council is in favor of going down that path, we would have to defeat this motion, and then an additional motion will be put on the floor, something akin to receive the report for information purposes, and that staff return with terms of reference for that type of task force.
Okay, so is there a short answer to this? If we defeat this motion tonight, what happens?
If we defeat this motion tonight, then the idea of a Heritage Conservation District would not be on the table. We would have to have some motion received for information purposes with the additional request for terms of reference to come back so we can go down the path that Councillor Kushner. Or alternatively, someone could put forward a completely different motion, but at this point I would have to consider Councillor Kushner's motion first.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Harris, did you want to add some clarification?
Mr. Mayor, so I guess the idea would be, if this got defeated, we would ask for terms of reference for forming some sort of a committee downtown, and with a lens also looking at heritage and what other options could possibly be available in the future. So I just summarized exactly what you just said.
I really
So
appreciate
there you
you.
go.
I really appreciate you, Councillor. All right, if there are no other questions or comments, I'm going to finish with my comments, and then we will call the roll. Seeing none. I will say I have been opposed to this from the beginning. I was not in favor of spending the money initially on the study. And I've come to the conclusion, that's after 15 years of being on council. I started on council on the Heritage Committee. And in fact, that's where I got to know Councillor Mako and Councillor McPherson back in the day, along with a number of the heritage advocates in the community, very passionate individuals. And that was why, you know, a motion was brought forward when we were building the FOPAC, looking at preserving the Passfield Mortuary building, because, you know, I listened and I understood. And that was an individual building that I thought there was an importance there and a significance to the community should be preserved. One of the things I've learned over the course of 15 years, though, I've come to the conclusion, I think it's just wrong to designate against the wishes of an owner. We have designated in the downtown in the past. We have designated with consent. I think those have been very successful properties. We've heard from at least one of those designated properties where it was designated with consent. A couple of years ago, we went through the process of adding properties to the Heritage Registry without consent. We did it against the wishes of a lot of residents. And I don't think it was very successful. And one of the things that happened at that time, because I raised concerns and I actually had some properties pulled off of the proposed addresses to be added to the registry, one of the things that we were told was, oh, this will not be intrusive. This will not be intrusive. This will be very easy. All they have to do is just let us know when they want to demolish. Like, that's the only... But now it's the removal of the registry that's leading to the desire to place a Heritage Conservation District on top of these properties. I really struggle with that. We have designated a property in the downtown against the wishes of the property owner. And it's a gravel parking lot now because it burned down. We haven't had a lot of luck in designating against the wishes of property owners. Now, it's been raised a couple of times, and this is something that maybe was missing the first time we discussed it, but this is a commercial district, and it's my impression, and I think others share this impression, commercial districts are different from residential districts. And I mean, this is almost entirely a commercial district. You need flexibility. Retail trends change from year to year, decade to decade. Markets change. You need to be able to adapt. With stringent heritage controls, that can be difficult. And so I'm opposed to this for a number of those reasons. If individual property owners want to come forward and they want to ask us to designate, I've said from the beginning of this process, I will be supportive of those efforts. It may take time, but as Mr. Nielsen mentioned, there hasn't been a flood of individual property owners asking to come forward and designate. And I think the district is a blunt force instrument. I don't know whether it will increase costs for property owners, but I know that looking at some of the answers that were in the memo, there's talk of between 10 and 40% property tax rebates, for these commercial properties. That's a significant hit. Like, that's a significant impact on the city's bottom line if one of the highest revenue generating commercial districts in the entire city all of a sudden has 10 to 40% property tax rebates slapped on top of it. That's a revenue hole. Somebody made the comment earlier tonight, how will we fund that? That's a really good question, and I don't know if it's one we've grappled with. I will also say, and I think this bears pointing out, if councillors decide to move forward, if council decides to move forward with putting a heritage conservation district on top of this, there will be additional costs over and above the cost of building out the plan and the incentives. Because we've heard from a number of property owners tonight, I think we have to expect this will be challenged. They will take this to the OLT because we're talking about infringing on their property rights. And as property owners in the downtown, they're going to have a problem with that. That's why it's created this much conversation. We have a lot of issues right now that we are struggling to deal with. And in the downtown, a lot of those issues are crystallized. We have problems with homelessness. We have problems with crime. We have problems with drugs. We have seen, through COVID to now, a degradation in the ability of our downtown to maintain foot traffic. We had great momentum leading up to COVID. COVID ripped off a lot of Band-Aids, and we have not fully recovered. Adding a heritage conservation district at this time feels like a self-inflicted wound. It seems to me that we've gone through difficulties, we have difficulties, we're struggling to deal with them, and now we're going to create another one on top of. And we're going to do it in opposition and in the face of the people who own the properties down here saying, we don't want this. Those who do want it have the ability to come forward and ask for the designation. And again, I will be supportive of that process. I will be supportive of any property owner that makes that decision. I will finish with this. The point has been made, and I appreciate Councillor McPherson said it, but others said it as well. We have a beautiful downtown. It is a gorgeous downtown. It really is a unique feature of our community. The thing that hasn't been pointed out yet is that that beautiful downtown, those storefronts, everything else, have existed for 150 plus years with no protections. Have bad decisions been made on individual properties in the past? Yes. But I think the mentality around that was a very different time. I think we've learned from those mistakes, and as has been pointed out, the property owners in the downtown right now are spending the money to try and maintain their properties because they see the value. It's a different mindset in 2025 than it was in the 1970s and 1980s. I'm going to close simply by saying this. I want to thank staff, and I want to thank the consultants at Stantec because they did exactly what they were asked to do. And while I know that there has been some frustration expressed in the community, that frustration should not be directed towards our staff or to the consultants that did the work. And I want to tell them how much I appreciate the work that they've done. Even though I have disagreed from the beginning, I appreciate the work they've done because they've illuminated this issue as effectively as any staff in the province of Ontario could. So I want to say thank you to the planning staff for that. With that, I will look to the clerk to call the roll. So for clarity, if you vote yes to this, you were voting in favor of proceeding with the plan phase to create a Heritage Conservation District plan. And if you vote no, you were voting against creating the Heritage Conservation District plan.
Councillor Lindell.
No.
Councillor Williamson.
Yes.
Councillor Townsend.
No.
Councillor Ratzlaff.
Yes.
Councillor McPherson.
Yes.
Councillor Mako.
Yes.
Councillor Kushner. Councillor Harris.
No.
Councillor Dodge.
No.
Councillor Stevens.
No.
Mayor Cisco.
No.
That is lost.
All right, moving on to 9.4, Financial Management Services Director, recommended update to the 2026 schedule of rates and fees. I will now call on Cynthia Gansevsky.
Yes, thank you. Thank
Oh,
you.
sorry,
Mayor
we need an alternate motion, yes. So, Councillor Kushner, the alternate motion, I'm assuming, would be to receive for information purposes and to ask staff to return with terms of reference for the committee.
The purpose of the committee would be to consult with everyone, ask them for their ideas, and hopefully we can bring the community back together. Thank you.
All right.
Excuse me?
Okay. Councillor Lindell?
Can I ask if we can add that the report and recommendation from the task force be before January 2027 so that if we can implement whatever happens with it?
I believe staff can make that a part of the report. Explain timelines. Okay? All right. All right. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. All right, moving on. We need to get through the rates and fees, folks. So I will call upon Cynthia Gansevsky to present. And I have called on Cynthia twice, so I apologize.
Thank you, Mayor Cisco, and good evening, everyone. Today, we are presenting the recommended update to the 2026 rates and fees. The principle behind charging rates and fees is that goods and services provided by the city are charged directly to the individuals that are benefiting from the service. Next slide, please. Section 391 of the Municipal Act outlines
Cynthia,
policy.
I'm going to ask you to hold for just 1 second. All right, we are going to take a 2-minute break. Let's try and hold it to 5. All right, we are back. Cynthia, I really apologize. Thank you for giving us that moment. So once again, I'm going to call upon Cynthia Gansevsky to present.
Thank you, Mayor Cisco, and good evening, everyone. Today, we are presenting the recommended update to the 2026 rates and fees. Next slide, please. The principle behind charging rates and fees is that goods and services provided by the city are charged directly to the individuals that are benefiting from the service. Section 391 of the Municipal Act outlines policy and procedure considerations for establishing, reviewing, and implementing user fees. This 2026 update to rates and fees is part of our reconfirmation process that is happening in the fall. We have a few main goals for this update. We are working towards recovering costs associated with the services offered by the community utilizing them. We want to ensure that we offer services to the community that will benefit them. By taking a look at the data from past year, we can better determine which services are not being utilized and therefore should be removed from the schedule, as well as create new offerings to the community, seeing that it will serve their needs and provide them with additional options. We also want to provide clearly defined services with the fee that is being charged so that the community understands what they are receiving for the rate they are paying. Next slide, please. Staff reviewed current rates and determined the areas that needed adjustments based on cost recovery and the community's utilization of services over the past year. The details of these updates have been summarized into the report we have before you today. Based on the additional review of current rates and fees for 2026, staff have identified 12 new fees that will align with our current offerings and the needs of our community. These details are in Appendix 1 of the report. The recommendation to update 45 fees will assist with the city's cost recovery, as well as the consolidation of some current fees for simplicity and alignment with our comparators. This will also help support customer expectations. Details for these are in Appendix 2. To better streamline our service offerings, there is a recommendation to remove 31 fees. Appendix 3 includes these details. And in addition, staff recommend revising some description terminology for 10 fees to better reflect the services delivered, which can be found in Appendix 4 of the report. Some of the drivers behind the recommended changes include cost increases in items like supplies and materials, fuel costs, insurance premiums, supplier costs, and rental fees. Again, this directly relates with our goal of assisting with cost recovery. Another main reason for the recommended changes is consolidation. There are many current fees that are very specific to a certain group or individuals that we would like to have a broader category for, which will be less of a burden to administer going forward and therefore will be more efficient to our operations while still providing appropriate options to our community. Consolidation of fees will also allow us to be more streamlined with our comparators and better align us with user expectations. What impact does this have on the city financially? We've summarized the estimated revenue increase for 2026 for each of the departments that have updates and have listed them in this chart shown. Appendix 5 of the report also provides the details. Overall, the estimated total revenue increase for 2026 would be $57,533. In summary, approving the recommended update to the 2026 rates and fees will assist us with cost recoveries, better align us with that of our comparators, generate an estimated revenue increase in 2026 of just over $57,000, but most importantly, ensure that we are continuing to meet the needs of our community. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Cynthia, for the presentation. Do we have any questions? All right, seeing none, can I have a mover and seconder for the report? Councillor Dodge and Councillor McPherson as the chair and budget chair. And I should, chair and vice chair of the budget committee. They were definitely listening. They were catching my attention, which is because I was looking over there. All right, I look to the clerk to call the roll.
Councillor Dodge? Councillor McPherson?
Yes.
Councillor Kushner?
Yes.
Councillor Lindell?
Yes.
Councillor Mako?
Yes.
Councillor Harris?
Yes.
Councillor Stevens?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Yes.
Councillor Williamson?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
Item 9.5, Engineering Facilities and Environmental Services, Engineering and Construction. This is P21-062, the award of tender and budget reallocation. Can I get a mover and a seconder for this one? Councillor Stevens, Councillor Townsend. Are there any questions or comments with respect to this report? All right, seeing none, I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Stevens? Counselor Townsend? Counselor Williamson?
Yes.
Counselor Harris?
Yes?
Counselor Dodge?
Yes.
Counselor McPherson?
Yes.
Counselor Kushner?
Yes.
Counselor Mako?
Yes.
Counselor Linnell?
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, the next one is 9.7. This was moved from consent to discussion. Legal and Clerk Services, Office of the City Clerk, amendments to St. Catharines Municipal Development Corporation Operating Agreement and Support Services Agreement. Councillor Williamson, I know you had some questions on this one. Yeah, can I get a mover and second? Councillor Harris and Councillor McPherson to put it on the floor.
Sorry. My concern is the Municipal Development Corporation acting without having to come to council on major real estate decisions. And some of the items in the report suggested that they're kind of getting, they're being empowered and not having to come back to council. So I'm looking for reassurance that any decisions that are going to be made by the Municipal Development Corporation are going to have to be debated at City Council of the whole. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to whoever would like to answer the question.
I'll look to the CAO for this one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, so there's a couple things in the two agreements for amendments. The one in the sort of the day-to-day operating, there were some efficiencies that we've figured out that have been included. Specifically, the shareholder element maintains. So the Development Corp has to go to the shareholder for any requests for land transfers. So that shareholder being council,
yeah.
absolutely. The one point I would note, and it's clause 6.6, and I think that's the one where you may have some concern, where it was the shareholder was removed and replaced with board. That if council, if you're concerned, we can, we're fine to have it stay with the shareholder, and that's strictly for joint venture, any type of developments that the board is responsible for. If it were to come forward to, as it stands, with the amendment, the board would have the control over that. It would obviously have to be reported to the shareholder through the acquisition process, but if there's not enough comfort, we would be fine to have shareholder put back in place of the board.
Can I make that amendment then, please?
So that's the amendment, and I'll just look to Councillor Harris. That's the friendly amendment? It's friendly, all right. Councillor McPherson, friendly?
He's amused by you.
So Councillor Williamson, does that allay your concerns?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, seeing no other questions or comments, I will look to the clerk to call the roll. We needed to put it on the floor, and I wasn't sure if you were going to want to vote against it, so I didn't want to put you in the awkward position of moving it and voting against it. This should be, can I just ask that be approved as amended? Clause 6.6. All right, I think we're good. It hasn't shown up on the screen.
It's as amended, and it's clause 6.6 be amended. clause 6.6.
No, okay, so. Okay, so what I'm going to say is, after be approved in the first clause, put as amended, and we will sort it out. Because staff understands, and for the record, because it's being reported, the clause 6.6 needs to maintain the word, clause 6.6 has to be amended to shareholder, not board. Okay, so we all understand what that is now, as amended. Look to the clerk.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Mako.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner. Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
I will just say, look at how we're all behaving at 10:45. Remember we used to do budget meetings to 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning? All right, moving on. 10.1, elect, respect, pledge. This is Councillor McPherson and Councillor Dodge. The motion is up on the screen. Councillor McPherson, do you want to speak to this? Okay, so no need. It is, I do think the point of it is very obvious. I will look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Mako.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, the next one is 10.2, motion for annual reporting on the active transportation master plan. Moving the motion, I have Councillor Mako. Seconding the motion, I have Councillor Williamson. Councillor Mako, is this your first motion? Yes. Welcome to the club.
There's great work happening with the active transportation master plan. I just thought an annual report's a good way to share that good news with the community and share what upcoming plans are. That's all. Good job.
Excellent. Seeing no other speakers, I will look to the, Councillor Townsend?
Just appreciative of you bringing this forward, and I know one of the key accomplishments that will be brought forward is the Grantham Rail Trail. That staff did an excellent job, and it's very well used by many residents. So thank you, Councillor Mako.
Councillor Townsend, never miss an opportunity. That's what I appreciate. It's that go-get-'em attitude. All right. Look to the clerk to call the roll.
Counselor Mako.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner.
Yes.
Counselor Harris.
Yes.
Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Yes.
Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
All right, and the second best motion to exist, the first best motion, of course, being adjournment. The second best motion is we're canceling a meeting in August on the 25th. So this is moved by Councillor Lindell and seconded by Councillor McPherson. I don't think we have to speak to this one. We're not there yet. So I'll look to the clerk to call the roll.
August 11th. Counselor Lindell.
Yes.
Counselor McPherson.
Very much yes.
Counselor Stevens.
Yes.
Counselor Kushner.
No.
Counselor Mako.
Yes.
Counselor Townsend.
Yes.
Counselor Williamson. Counselor Dodge.
Yes.
Counselor Harris. Yes. Mayor Cisco.
Yes.
That's carried.
Could have been unanimous. Are there any calls for notice of motion? All right, seeing none. Report requests. There was a request for the Neil Peart Task Force. Thank you. There's a report from two report requests from Councillor Harris, regulating and controlling encampments on private property. The second is regarding the shelter on Glenridge Avenue and how it became a permanent low barrier shelter when it was intended to always be temporary. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. We have the committee and task force minutes to receive. Can I have a mover to receive and file the minutes? Councillor McPherson, Councillor Lindell, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. No closed session, no motion from closed session. Can I have a counselor to move the bylaws? Counselor Harris, Counselor Stevens. That the bylaws listed on the council agenda as A to J be read a first time, considered and passed, and if they be signed and executed by the mayor and the clerk. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion to adjourn. Counselor Kushner, Counselor Lindell, all those in favor? Opposed? Good night.